Good morning. Thank you all for being up early. And Ben, thanks for having the road so we can get into work here today. Appreciate that very much. Well, you know, these open meeting laws are kind of crazy because what happens is the candidates kind of discover some things and realize this is open. This is open to the public. And so we've had a startling thing happen is one candidate dropped out last night and one candidate dropped out this morning. So we will only be interviewing 2 people today. And I think it's partially, I got a phone call last night from the press in Missouri, and a reporter was anxious to know what's going on, which I can say nothing about. And a half hour later, I got a message that this candidate dropped. And he had flown up here, was ready for the interview. Our other candidate dropped out this morning prior to his first interview. So what Joe would like to do is go over with our consultant, have a little discussion this morning. Our first interview, we moved up. Mike Redinger will interview at 8:30. So we will have a break, go out and get coffee, get other things we might want. And then we'll go into our interviews. So Joe, you want to talk?
Sorry, Mayor, if I could just clarify the schedule. So we have our second interview scheduled to begin at 8:20, which will be a virtual interview with James Pafalt. So we'll keep our schedule, but after we speak with Sharon from Baker Tilly briefly today, then we'll go into recess until that 8:20 interview. And we have moved Michael Redlinger's interview up to the 9:25 time slot. I'm sorry, to the 10:30 time slot. No, let me correct that. I'm looking at the old schedule to the 9:25 time slot. So we'll have those 2 interviews in a row, and then we'll take a break to compile the scores, and then we'll move right into the discussion.
And our intent is to finish this morning. We're not going to come back at 1:30. We should be able, with our schedule, there's a break to compile the scores, and then we come back into session and decide who our candidate is. So you want our consultant on now? Or?
Brian, do we have Sharon on the meeting with us?
Sharon, can you speak? Sharon, can you speak? Can you hear us? Doesn't look like that. Can you say something?
We can't hear you.
You are on mute, okay. Any other business then?
Who is this individual?
She's our consultant. Do you want to explain
So-
the difference of who we have on here today?
Yes, so Patty was unavailable this week, so Sharon is going to be helping us out this morning. We'll work on that connection since we're not able to hear Sharon. And so Mayor, I would suggest if we could reconvene at 8 a.m. For our first interview, to prepare for our first interview with James. We can go through instructions at that time.
Okay, we will recess until 8 a.m. and come back and start this process. Thank you.
Test, test. 1, 2. Test. Test.
Good morning again. Thank you for your patience. We will officially open the selection committee for our city administrator. We do have a little bold business we have to manage this morning. You have the minutes from the November 21st meeting on City Administration Selection Committee. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the November 21st meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Now I'd like to introduce Sharon Klupp from Baker Tilly. She is joining us virtually today. We've got the mic fixed, so we'll be able to hear from her. Sharon, we appreciate the work that you and Patty Hanover have done on this, bring us the highly qualified candidates to this position. Melissa, Laura, and Jen Crater of Human Resources will cover the formal format and details of today's interviews, and Sharon will also provide some information now as well. And I think, Sharon, I think the committee is a little bit concerned because we had 4 candidates, now we have 2. And it's just that did the candidates truly understand how this process was going to work? And North Dakota open meeting laws, they had to know that this interview would have been open. So if you could just kindly address that and then go on to explain what we're going to do today. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Searches have a strange life, and we had been working throughout this process to help people understand your open meeting laws. And we do that as a rule to always work wherever we're working to help people understand what that situation is. And I think that the candidates knew that and were prepared for that. One of the candidates was not prepared for the amount of publicity that was generated in his hometown. And that was the reason that he decided he needed to step away. There were dynamics happening back home, and he needed to make a choice. When candidates are one of 4, they know that they have a shot at the job, but the sure thing is the job that they have back home. So I think that played very heavily. He was very disappointed to withdraw. I had the second one, the second candidate notified me this morning at 6:20 a.m. and was headed back to his home because some things had come up that he needed to attend to, and he could no longer be involved with the interview. That's all I know. I mean, I heard that. I'm sorry. I really wanted to do this. I think weather maybe played a little bit of a role in that, but that's why we are where we are at this point.
Very good. Melissa, you're up next, I guess.
All right.
Tell us what we're going to do.
Thank you. So as the mayor said, today's presentation and interviews are designed to give you an opportunity to assess the candidates in a presentation setting, as well as assessing their qualifications through interview questions that were designed around key characteristics and attributes by the City Administration Selection Committee. Jen and I will be facilitating each interview throughout the day, asking questions of the candidates. When we bring each candidate into the room, the mayor will welcome them and will ask each of you to introduce yourselves to the candidate. Follow the instructions. The candidate will begin their presentation from the podium. We will have the opportunity to ask questions at the end of the presentation. Once the presentation is complete, the candidate will be seated and will begin the interview. After the candidate responds to each interview question, you are welcome to ask any follow-up questions immediately following the candidate's response. We will also pause for any follow-up questions at the end of the interview. The presentation and the interview will be individually scored. Your scores will be compiled throughout the day. Prior to reconvening this afternoon, or actually at noon, or 10:30, I'm sorry, we will have the scores fully compiled. The compiled scores will provide you with a quantified approach to ranking the candidates and ultimately selecting which candidate you wish to advance the process and recommend to the City Commission for appointment. We would like to take a few minutes to discuss the materials you have in your binder, as well as the details of the presentation, interview, and scoring. So inside the front cover of your binder, you will find a schedule for today's interviews, as well as a copy of the job description. Next, you will have some introductory materials from Sharon, which we will ask her to cover at this time.
Thank you, Melissa. Well, you have within your interview binder information that was previously provided by the candidates. We also, I believe you have the interview questions and something from their assessment, their leadership assessment. I do want to, at this point, call particular attention to the interview guide, which gives guidance on the questions that you should not be asking. These have to do with questions that might touch upon national origin, age, gender, race, color, marital status, sexual orientations, salary history, religion, affiliations, and disabilities. The questions that have been prepared all will keep us focused on the professional experience that you will want to make your decision on. If anyone does get into an area, we will all try to pull you back so we don't run into any problems with the interview. Melissa,
right.
did you want to go through the remainder, or would you like me to go through the remaining bullets?
Yep, I can take care of it.
Okay.
Yep, so each candidate has a section in the binder that includes their presentation scoring tool, a copy of their presentation, the interview questions, and a score sheet for the interviews. Each candidate's resume and application materials can be found in their section of the binder as well. We will be using a rating of 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest possible score for both the presentation and the interview questions. Are there any questions on the scoring criteria for the presentation or the interview? So you can choose whether you want to turn in your score sheet between each candidate, or if you wish to turn your score sheets after all 4 interviews have been compiled.
After. Do you have a question?
Okay.
Where are the scoring sheets?
Score sheets are at the end.
There's 2.
Scoring sheets are where? In each person's thing?
Yep, and each person behind their, when you open up their file, they're each tab, their presentation, and then the score sheet and interviews follows.
Looking at the end.
We didn't want to miss giving scores.
All right, is there anything else before we begin? I think we have a few minutes yet before our interviewee will pop on.
Sharon, were you able to get in touch with James? We are running a little bit early, so we could begin his interview a few minutes early if he's available.
I can text him to see if he is ready. So let me do that.
Thank you.
Over about 13 miles south of Cocoa Beach. Over up there, so there's Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, Satellite Air Force Base.
So I'd like to just clarify something for the committee. I think there's a few questions related to the score sheets. Let's walk through James' section of the binder. So in the front of the binder, you will see the score sheet for the presentation itself. So you see what the presentation is based on, that vision for the position and 90-day plan. And then you have a score sheet with 6 specific criteria that you will be rating for the presentation itself. If you flip past the copy of the presentation, you'll find the packet, the interview packet. For each candidate section has this interview packet. So all of the questions are first in that section of the packet, and then on the last page, you'll find an individual score sheet. And so we'll each be individually scoring the interview questions, and you'll record your score on this score page, or score sheet. So we're scoring the presentation first, and then scoring the interview questions, again, using that score sheet on the last page of the packet. And then it's the applicant's material that follows in their section of the binder. Are there any additional questions on the scoring? Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, James. This is Mayor Tim Mahoney. We will go around our panel just so you'll get to kind of know who's in this room, and we'll introduce ourselves before we'll start with your presentation. And I'm Mayor Tim Mahoney, and I'll have Dave Pipcorn start to my left here.
Dave Pepcorn, Fargo City Commissioner. Good morning, James. Morning.
Good morning. Denise Kolpak, Fargo City Commission. Good morning.
Good morning.
Arlette Preston, City Commission.
Good morning.
John Strand, Fargo City Commission.
Good morning.
Good morning, Steve Dirksen, the Fire Chief.
Good morning,
Morning.
James. Ben Dow, Public Works Director.
Good morning.
Good morning, James. Nicole Crutchfield, Planning Director.
Good morning.
Good morning, James. Dr. Terry Hogan, Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Brenda Derrig, City Engineer.
Good morning.
Good morning, James. I'm Jill Manette, the Director of Human Resources.
Morning, Jill.
Good morning, James. I'm Melissa Lura, HR Manager, and I will be facilitating your interview today.
Good morning. Thank you for getting my documents through.
So Melissa, you want to explain to James what we need to do now?
All right, so if we are ready to get started, we will begin first with your presentation. I want to remind you that the presentation can be anywhere between 2 to 5 minutes. You will have a timer that you should be able to view to be able to monitor that time frame. So
Awesome. It's just like the Academy Award. Does the music play?
Perfect.
If I get too long?
And then, because we are going to be clicking your presentation for you, if you could just let us know when you want us to advance to the next slide, that would be great.
I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And if you want to go ahead and get started with your presentation.
Well, thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I so want to be there in person, but apparently you've had a little bit of snow. And so rather than completing the interview from a ditch somewhere between Minot and Fargo, I thought I'd best stay home and take it from here. We were just in Fargo in July as we traveled to and returned from Lebanon, Illinois. And that's where my daughter is a senior at McHenry University. She's on a hockey scholarship. I'm not overly proud, of course. And living in Estevan for a time, and more recently traveling south, we often thought what a beautiful community Fargo is, and we're very excited to have the opportunity to compete for the city administrator position. As you know, I have 30 years of experience as a city manager and administrator. Over my career, I've built a system that's been hugely successful. That is based upon my vision and what I believe is critical for city administrators, and the roles that a city administrator must fulfill, and what I've done throughout my career. Next slide, please. My vision is a city administrator that is a visionary leader with customer service focus, leads by example. He ensures that all the members of the organization has resources and is ready for anything. Shares power, puts the needs of the team and the city first. Energetic, enthusiastic, and engaged, seeks collaboration and consensus, stabilizing and calming presence, who's courageous, bold, and able to make the right decisions, feels a sense of urgency. I'm proud of the teams I've been members of and worked to achieve major accomplishments, such as a 10% reduction in operating and capital expenditures and creative ways of doing business. Next slide, please. My vision is a city administrator that will enhance and create a culture where everyone feels welcome to participate, that celebrates diversity, creativity, and innovation, that wants to become a city of choice and is accountable to each other. Most prevalent in North Belfort, Saskatchewan, the city had the highest crime rate of any city in Canada under 100,000. And so there was a lot of work to do to change the narrative about the city. Next slide, please. My vision is a city administrator that will create and enhance the culture the city needs to have sustained success by being fiscally prudent, focusing departments on their core business services, and creating the most efficient and effective culture, and eliminating duplication and sharing resources. I'm particularly proud of our team in Moose Jaw has created over 100 specific initiatives under the entrepreneurial civic administration objectives in just 4 short years, including a national award-winning employee succession strategy. Next slide, please. My vision is a city administrator that will build upon the great work of the city and grow Fargo by championing economic development, enhancing relationships, partnering with stakeholders, and never taking no for an answer. We have led a team that slashed red tape, created an atmosphere where growth is encouraged. Our work has facilitated over $1 billion of investment in 4 short years. That's 10 times what they've been able to do in the last any time in their history. There's over 600 jobs being created and have been created. Next slide, please. This vision is created by the city administrator fulfilling 3 significant roles: chief strategist and policy advisor, providing best professional advice, quality reporting, and aligning with their strategic plan. Next slide, please. A chief administrative officer that provides leadership, management, and quality control of all day-to-day activities through the leadership team, including implementing council decisions, ensuring efficient and effective delivery of programs, and quality control and troubleshooting, and integrating with the long-term planning. Next slide, please. A coach that enhances culture, customer service will be enhancing high-performance teams, teamwork, cooperation, change management, creativity, innovation outside the box thinking. Next slide, please. In the first 90 days, I'll be moving to a new country, state, and city, and that'll be challenging. Creating in-depth knowledge of the city, gaining an in-depth knowledge of the city, its history, traditions, operations, issues, and nuances will be a learning curve. That would be overcome by spending the first 5 months listening to people and inside and outside the organization and getting their perspective. There's no role of the city administrator that would present insurmountable challenge. What I do not know, I will learn. And I know there's a great organization that would provide support, knowledge, and understanding. During the first 30 days after if I'm successful, I, of course, would spend my time offsite reviewing all documents, observing council meetings, virtual meetings with mayor, leadership, and stakeholders. At day 30, I would spend a week in Fargo to meet people in person. Day 1 on site, I would hit the ground running, of course, begin meeting with internal stakeholders, continue internal meetings. Day 90, I would provide council with a written report of my progress, initial impressions, and a plan for the future. And throughout, of course, I would make necessary changes and recommendations to the commission. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Any questions by any of the members? quiet group today.
I had 4 seconds left. I could have kept going. Sorry.
You were very good with your timing. Thank you.
I know. Thank you for that clock, because I had it on my phone, and then I thought, I'll be looking at my phone, you'll think I'm not paying attention.
Good.
All right, thank you, James. If you are ready, then we'll go ahead and get started with the interview portion.
For sure.
The first question I have for you is, how do you define trust, and what specifically have you done in the past to develop and maintain a strong, trusting relationship with your commission members, department director, staff, individually and collectively?
Well, I think a lot of it is about creating relationships with people, gaining perspectives and understanding of each other. And that is the only way to build trust, of course. I mean, you have to do a lot of things in trust. I mean, you have to do what you say. You have to have a real interest in people. You have to be more than just a worker, a co-worker. You have to understand people, their family, their kids, what encourages them, and obviously treat people fairly. It's always important to ensure that people know that when they're dealing with you, you're being upfront, and that the information that you're providing is for their good. Obviously, when I talk about teamwork, it's a lot about developing that sense of teamwork and trust with each other, and knowing that my role as a servant leader is to ensure that everything that you need to be able to do your job, I'm there to provide. So again, as I said through my presentation, it's really not about me, it's about the city, it's about the organization, and what people need to be able to do their job effectively.
Thank you. Can you describe your management style and give us some examples of how you cultivate a cohesive management team and ensure the overall effectiveness of department operations?
Well, again, I believe that I have certainly transformed my leadership style a little bit more authoritarian when I was younger, but now it's really a lot of humble servant leadership. Again, it's trying to ensure that everybody has the tools, the resources, the understanding of what they need to be able to do their job. And as you build effective teams, a lot of it in my mind is defining items. You need foundational documents. When I create the teams that I work with, we create documents of expectations of each other, how we're going to work together. If we have a disagreement, how we deal with that. And really it is, again, making sure everybody understands expectations of each other, how we're going to work together, and what we're trying to accomplish. And I always believe, again, that my job is to facilitate and work with directors and work with city commission to ensure that we all are heading in the same direction. And so that takes a lot of work, that takes a lot of consultation, conversation, working together with people, and helping each other understand what we're there for, what we're trying to accomplish. So I think a good example I have was in Moose Jaw. When I first was there, they had never completed a strategic plan. And it was important to define what we were there for. And so City Council and management met together. We defined a strategic plan and established objectives, and we made tremendous progress throughout them. But again, we're all there. We know what we're there for, what we're trying to accomplish. And in the end, we're there for the community. What's best for the city? What's best for the community? And that's what we're there to do.
James, I have just a question. How have you worked with fellow department heads in developing that cohesiveness and working together and making sure that everybody has that plan and is following it?
Right. Again, it's developing written expectations of each other, how we plan to work together, what we're trying to accomplish. Really important in my mind as you develop an organization that everybody's clear on what their roles and responsibilities are. There's no mission creep. And that we understand each other and support each other in what they're trying to accomplish. A great example we're working on here is human resources, where we have some of our frontline workers are spending a lot of their time trying to interview and hire seasonal employees. And really, HR, in my mind, should be a turnkey service that they're providing that level of service to our frontline workers. Their role, of course, is to make sure the work is getting done on the street. And they really, obviously, I think, do not have time to spend phoning people, getting interviews set up, all that type of work. And so those are things that we need to establish what our roles and responsibilities are, what we're trying to accomplish, and make sure everybody understands it. And again, if there's any type of disagreement, that we work our way through it. It's really, again, most disagreements are not on not personal, but it's on specific issues. And so if we can get to the root cause of what's causing any type of disagreements, we're able to find solutions and work our way forward. And I think finally, in the end, sometimes there's different philosophies, different ideas. And sometimes you can't work together, and so you have to find ways to work apart.
So what type of a process do you have to ensure that you're following the plan that you set out when you write those expectations?
Right. Again, with the directors, I make sure everything is cohesive with our strategic and long-term plans. I provide directors mandate letters that list the objectives we're trying to accomplish over a specified time period. From there, I have regular coffee meetings with directors because, we a lot of time will work together. We are involved on specific projects and tasks, but we also need to have an opportunity just to get to know each other and work together and chat. And so with the mandate letters, with a regular check-in back and forth and see how everybody is doing, we are ensuring that our objectives are all aligned and that we're making progress towards that.
Thank you.
This is Arlette Preston. You mentioned a value-based strategic plan. I don't know if you're familiar with our strategic plan that was drawn up in 2010 or somewhere around there. Can you talk a little bit more about your values-based strategic plan and how you came to that?
Well, we wanted, again, I think we wanted to be a little bit unique, and I've been involved in many strategic planning, and it's, sometimes it's very pie in the sky, very airy-fairy. And so we're trying to make something that I think is understandable to all. So when you base it on values, it allows people to get an understanding and buy into the whole program. And so in Musha, for example, we came out to be, how can we help you? And we set the values of how we will work together. And it's, certainly I have some show and tell, but we do annual reporting on it. And of course, the shared sense of values, or the values, dictates how you work together and what you're trying to accomplish as a city and as an organization. And with those values, you're also able to hold people accountable. If they are not following those values, you're able to say to them, listen, this is not how we work together. Our value system is this. We are trying to ensure that everybody is treated fairly, that there's trust, that we work together, that we're working for the common good of the community. And so again, it's really important as you develop these type of foundational documents that you have regular tracking of them and progress. A strategic plan that sits on the shelf, it is really no good to you. It's resources, it's time and resources that you've spent, and you're not following it, so why would you do it? And that's really no different than any other consultant's report or any report that you're doing. If you have a report, if there's objectives you want to create and you want to accomplish, you need to follow them, and putting a report on a shelf does you no good.
One more follow-up question, if I could. So with that strategic plan, what was the involvement of the community? It sounds like it was kind of an internal document, or did you involve the community?
It was first at the start was really an internal document, because when I was hired for Musha, there was a lot of issues to work upon. And so it was really, we can't, I believe, lead an organization if we don't know what we're doing. So at the start, it was certainly a opportunity for management and city council to sit together and define those types of roles and responsibilities and what we want to accomplish as a community. When it comes to public consultation, when we worked on branding and we worked on some of the other issues in strategic planning, we involved community members. And then, of course, we always provide regular reports to the community to show the progress we're making towards the objectives. We're wide open, of course, for comment and commentary and questions, and because we're very proud of the work that we've been doing in creating an effective system and organization that is achieving amazing success.
Okay, thank you. So our next question, What process do you use to resolve department conflicts or make critical decisions involving the allocation of staffing or budget resources?
Well, we just finished budget on Wednesday, and so again, it's very much of a team approach. We follow our strategic planning document for budgeting, and if projects and items do not fit the strategic plan, they are not followed through. So the city treasurer and I spend a lot of time with our directors. We know what we're trying to accomplish in the year, and then we establish goals and objectives for our budgeting process, and we work together to meet those. I'm sure as we have way more capital projects than we have funding for, so we always have to allocate and find the best use of our resources. And so lots of times we look if we can phase projects. We look if projects can be pushed out for a bit. Particularly, we have an issue with a bridge that needs to be replaced. We certainly didn't have money this year, so we're phasing that project. And so again, it's really, what are we trying to accomplish? Does it fit our strategic plan? And I believe in a fiscally prudent organization that you only spend what is required. We never send a budget that has any wants in it. It is all needs. Again, we just had a pretty big debate at council this week. We've just finished budget on Wednesday. And those were those types of questions that we had. Well, what can you take out of the budget? Well, we believe that what we've sent is what's required. We can take items out like taking out flowers, but then it doesn't follow our strategic plan. We're trying to be an attractive, enticing community, and taking out flowers and things that enhance the appearance in a tourist town is not the best use of your resources. When it comes to disputes between departments, again, it's really trying to define what the dispute is, take personalities out of it, and find what the issue is. A lot of times it's a procedural issue, it's a misunderstanding issue, and it takes a lot of time to communicate. Generally, if there's an issue, I would meet with one director, I would meet with the other director, try to determine what the issues are, check back with them, and say, here's what I think. And then we sit down as a group and we resolve the issues. And again, we can't have departments that don't work together. We do not have time, we don't have resources to waste fighting with each other over scant resources. We need to make sure we're making the best use of everything.
James, this is Jill Manette. I do have a follow-up question on budgeting and staffing resources. Can you just address a little further what your approach is to staffing requests and how those approvals happen within the budget process?
Certainly. Any type of staffing request, we believe that there needs to be a business plan put together for it. If you need a staff person, I think you need to be able to justify what the staff person is going to accomplish, the cost of the business plan, how it fits the strategic plan. And again, because lots of times I believe that we may tend to put more people to an issue, and sometimes it's not the issue. We're maybe not being as effective as we can. So, if you believe that you need something, it's similar to any type of thing in the budgets that we manage, is that you need to have a business plan for new initiatives, and you need to justify why we would create another position. As you know, once you create them, that you're generally keeping them on forever, and so you should be able to determine and justify why you need that type of funding and that type of resources, and how it fits the strategic plan.
Thank you.
So James, if you have in your budget, how do you get increased revenue? In Fargo, we increase our mills. How do you increase your revenue? Is it an increased tax to the community?
We do whatever we can to reduce expenditures. Again, just the budget we've met is that we have, again, limited resources. And so we need to be as effective as possible. And in this circumstance, I think inflation in Canada is running around 8%. We were able to bring in a budget of about 3%. And we, again, are creative. We will find ways to save money. And that's always in my mind, that's one of our first approaches is what can we do better? Where can we save money? Where can we have a better business practice that is better use of resources. Where can we share? Where can we reduce duplication? When it comes to increased revenue, certainly we look at fees. If we're not covering our costs on a specific service, we should increase our fees to cover that. We look at areas, for example, we run a summer ice program, and there was a lump of hours that we weren't renting out at all. And so we plan this over this next year to be more aggressive marketing into City of Regina and our region, and be able to generate more money from our existing facilities. At our event center, we had in the past contracted out all the services, and of course we were giving the profits to the private companies. So we brought those back in house. We're generating substantial money from food and beverage, from ticket sales, and basically we're looking after our business, and we're making sure that the money and the profits made are kept within the city. And finally, if we have to, we increase taxes. I mean, I really don't like increasing taxes. I don't like increasing utility rates. But when you have inflation and we have fuel prices going through the roof, and you have supply chain issues and everything else that the world is causing to us, there's not much you can do. And unfortunately, if we want services, you have to be able to fund them. And we just, same as you, went through COVID-19 for 2 years where we shuttered services and we didn't offer anything. And the community didn't like it. And I didn't like it because we're there to provide service, not provide service. And so, again, it's all about finding the best way to save your money, and then when you absolutely have to, you have to raise taxes.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us about a situation that demonstrates your ability to be the catalyst and driving force that keeps the City Commission and the entire organization focused on executing the Commission's strategic direction?
Well, I think that's really, one of the three roles that I have as a city administrator, city manager, is to ensure that everybody understands the strategic plan and what we're trying to accomplish. I'm sure everybody's seen the hourglass. I get to be the position in the middle, which is, many times it's the greatest gig in the world, but sometimes it's not. But again, it's important that we have defined objectives, that we all understand what we're trying to accomplish, that we hold people accountable to meet those objectives. And so it's really part of my job is to ensure that we are all heading in the same direction. And if we're not, or there's a new initiative, again, I think it's my responsibility to bring that to City Commission or to the leadership team and talk about what if we did something along these lines? What if we looked at this initiative? We have to be creative. We have to be innovative. That money that is provided to us is not ours. It's the taxpayers. And so we have to find the best possible use for it. And sometimes we can make investments. We can be creative, and we can make amazing things happen. The industrial, the job creation and the investment in Moose Jaw over the past 4 years is because we did that. We had a focus on strategic planning on what we want to do and grow our community. And we all work towards that. And so, we cut red tape, and that was a big issue at the city. Everything seemed to take forever, and it would be shifted from one department to the next department to the next department. And some of those major projects can't wait for that. And so, again, I feel it's part of my responsibility sometimes to shepherd those programs through the city and get it done as quickly as possible. And so, again, it's really defining what we're trying to accomplish and then working together and holding each other accountable and regular reporting back to the commission. You need to know what we're doing. You need to know that we're meeting objectives, or if we're not, there's some adjustments maybe that we have to make.
Okay, the next question we have, describe the most difficult situation you have encountered as a local government professional. How did you resolve it? What creative methods did you employ? And were you satisfied with the outcome?
Well, one of the most probably difficult situations was some of the work that we did when I first moved into Moose Jaw, and that was that there was a little bit of, I'm choosing my words carefully, of course, a little bit of infighting between administration and city council. And there was really just not a sense of trust between each other. And so some of the things we did, again, was create the strategic plan. And one specific issue that comes to mind is that council members felt that their questions were not being answered. And so we developed a system that promised and guaranteed a 2-day response two business day response time back to city councils members when they were getting questions from their constituents. Because I mean, that's a large part of what you do. People phone when they think they haven't been able to work with the city and they want to talk to the commission members or the mayor. And as part of customer service and part of my role is to make sure you, again, have all the information and resources to be able to do your job. And so it's important, again, that we take the requests from the citizens seriously, get answers for them, and let them know what's going on. That's just a level of customer service that people shouldn't even have to worry about. It should just be there. And so that was a difficult situation, right? Because I didn't want, the leadership team did not want to be directed. Council wanted to have answers. And so again, I felt it was my responsibility to find a system that worked and provided those answers. I think it's been very effective. We hit that 2-day response time 99% of the time. We find a number of issues that, in fact, sometimes we aren't doing the right things and there's opportunities and potential to fix our programs. And we don't get that if we don't listen to what the people have to say. And so I think, again, it was a difficult situation. It could have gone sideways real quick. Perhaps some leadership team not appreciating, some council members not appreciating. But I think by finding a proper solution, developing an operational guideline that followed through, and then meeting those objectives, I think it's been a very successful program. And it helped to create a sense of teamwork with council. I mean, we're not opposed. Management and council are on the same team. They should always be working together to try and accomplish the best for the community.
James, this is John Strand. I'm just curious, when you have these levels of expectations and accountability, how do you hold people accountable if you go off the rails or goes a direction other than expected?
Well, certainly, again, it's work with the people. We have to make sure they understand clearly what's expected of them. And we have to ensure that they understand it, that they have the tools, the understanding, the training, the resources to be able to do the job. And if they can't, we have to do complete corrective action. I mean, nobody can take our organization off the rails and take it to a direction it's not supposed to go. We're all heading in the same direction. And so it's important, again, everybody understands it. You have the resources, the training, and if there's something missing, we'll get it for you. But in the end, this is what we're trying to accomplish. And unfortunately, sometimes you have to part ways with people. And it's not something I enjoy, but that's part of the business. And I always want everybody to come along. Let's work together. I've moved into 4 cities where I'm the new guy, and I'm not one to come in and start pushing my weight around. I need to find out what's going on. I need to understand. And so I need to talk to people, the people that are sitting in this room, the rest of the people in the city, external organizations. I need to talk to them and find out what goes. But in the end, we all are there to accomplish. And while I talk about servant leadership, if you have all the tools and resources and objectives and you're not able to do it, we have to, correct that one way or the other. The city cannot be held ransom by somebody not performing.
If I might continue, would you define yourself as a really good delegator?
I think so. I believe that you have professionals on your team that you work with. And it's important that everybody, again, understands their roles and responsibilities, including myself. And I am not an engineer. I'm not a public works manager. I have a good understanding. And in fact, some of the places I have acted as a public works manager or an IT person. In the smaller places, you get to do everything. And so, I very much rely upon and count upon the people that I work with. And so we're a team. If we define our roles and responsibilities, I expect people to go and do their job. I'll check back with you. I want to make sure you're comfortable with what you're doing. You understand everything. But again, it's defining our roles and responsibilities, letting people go and do what they're best at doing. You should always do what you're best at. And that is, your department is to be public works. That's what you should be doing. You shouldn't be worrying about finance, HR, or anything else. Focus in on public works, making sure that we're providing the best possible service to the community and to our citizens, and go from there.
This is Arlette Preston again. I just have a question about change management, and I can't figure out exactly which question this should come under, but I'll try this one. So the strategic plan that you are talking about, the environment here is changing quite a bit with a diversion that's coming into play. Can you talk a little bit about the change in the environment and how that impacts city structure and city employees?
Could you elaborate? Like, is that diversified demographics?
So we've had problems with floods in the past, and we have a diversion that's coming into play. We probably have about 40 to 50 years of developable land. So that probably will impact how we develop. And so the environment, how does that impact the strategic plan that we play out inside City Hall?
Very much. I mean, I know that there's different opinions about climate change. I believe it is real. We just last year put it together a climate action plan, and we are changing some of the work that we're doing. We are not designing to a 1 in 2 flood anymore. It's a 1 in 5. And so I believe that the environment is changing us substantially in what we do. It's going to cost us more money. We have to be prepared for events that are going to cause a number of issues, and we have to protect our properties and the developable areas. So, I mean, I don't know much about your diversion program, but I do know about flooding. When I was at Estevan, the Souris River, which I think goes down that way or connects to the Red, it became massive, and we had one entrance into the city and out, and it was a major change. And the systems were not built to handle that. And so we have to be, again, creative. We have to look with an eye to the future as to what the climate is going to change for us. And there's signals everywhere with climate change. We had a massive storm in October that I got stuck on a highway for 2.5 hours because nobody could move. And that's not usual. I mean, the storm you're getting now, I'm not sure if that's usual for you, but that seems to be awfully early in the season for stuff like that. So again, I think we have to be aware. We can't, we have to see what the evidence is providing for us. And we're seeing larger events. We have to be prepared and ready for them.
Can you describe your philosophy towards budgeting and fiscal sustainability? How do you accomplish the Commission's strategic direction and achieve long-term fiscal sustainability without raising taxes?
Well, as we talked about earlier, sometimes you have not much of a choice on taxes, but it's our work to ensure that we have a budget that meets the objectives of the city, meets the objectives of the Commission, and also meets our budget philosophy. The one I have right here is very much about being effective, being prudent, and ensuring that whatever you do can be justified. Many budgets I've come to, they've had contingency allowances and reserves and everything over here that, to me, sometimes artificially inflates the level of expenditures in a department. And so, I never believed in that. I've always believed that if you need the money, you should be able to justify it. And so just because you had a budget of $100 million last year doesn't mean you get it next year. If you don't need it, put it back to the rest of the departments that probably can use it. If you need it next year, we'll get it back and we'll provide it to you. I think a good example of that, 300, we were short city solicitors last year. So we used that funding to fund other parts of the city. Under the provision, which I said to City Council, we need the solicitors. I'm bringing them back next year. And so they'll be back in the budget, and we were able to do that. So it's really about what's your existing service level? Is it the right service level? Are your expenditures justified? Can you quantify what money you're spending? Don't spend a lot of time on projects that that don't fit our strategic plan, are not going to be coming down in the near future. Again, we have to be prudent. You have to have business cases for any new initiatives, your existing initiatives. You have to find the best level of service and the lowest cost service that you can provide. But in the end, things cost money. You can't provide flowers. You can't flood an arena. You can't fix a pothole without money, labor, and resources. And so, again, it's find the most effective way to deliver those services, the least expensive way to deliver those services, but providing results. And so budgeting is like a really very much a long process. Again, we have to be able to justify the money. We have clear objectives of what we're trying to accomplish. If inflation is running 5, we're saying to the directors, come back with a 2 and show us how you can reduce expenditures where it's possible. So again, it's very much about justifying business case analysis and ensuring what you're spending is what you need. Again, we have established it as, again, it's one of those foundational documents. Budgeting, and again, a great example, in Moose Jaw before I got there, they were putting their budgets out in April, May, putting tenders out in June, July, and just getting, honestly, poor pricing. And so we changed the system. We got, a business cycle in place now where the budget is done before Christmas, and this is the 4th year of it. But it was a pretty massive change for that community to move from a budget in the middle of the year to one at the end of the year. And then that gave us a full year to be able to get our work done. If you're 5 months into the year and trying to get your capital projects done, well, you're going to have some carryover because there's just, our construction season is really short. I'm sure yours is much the same. You've got to make hay when the sun shines. I'm a farm kid, so you got to make hay when the sun shines, and you've got to be able to go. In our case, it's May long weekend, which is middle of May till end of October, sometimes into November, that you're able to do any capital work. So you don't have time to waste. There has to be a sense of urgency about what we do. And so I think I did provide in some of the previous documentation that actual policy that we put together at City of Moose Jaw that transformed how they did budgets. Because before it was not, I don't believe, as effective as it is now.
James, this is John Strand. I'm just curious if you're driving down the road and your budget's in place and all of a sudden something just really surprises everybody. What are your contingency plans, or how do you approach those unexpected changes that will demand attention?
Well, if there is something like that, your budget is already established, and that happens on a regular basis. I think you have to be able to adjust. And again, if it's bridges collapsing, you have to deal with it. And so, in that case, can you look at your existing capital? Can you divert projects? Can you phase it? Can you take from your existing resources and allocate to a different project? If you can't, then you have to come back to City Commission, and in my mind, you always have to get approval for new projects. And so you have to come back to City Commission with a business case saying, here's what we have to do. We can divert this, but we still need a little bit of additional money. So again, you can't ignore things like that. If they're not in your budget, they're an emergent issue. You have to find a way to deal with them. If you can use your existing resources the best, if you can divert, delay, find a different way, find internal resources to be able to do that, that's key to everything in my mind. You have a limited amount of resources, but if there's a way that you can make better use, you should try and find that.
Arlette Preston, do you have a long-range financial plan right now? And if so, how far out does it project?
Right now, we have a long-range financial plan that projects the capital out to 5 and sometimes 10 years on some projects because they're pretty massive. And again, we are working our ways towards being able to fund all the capital needs that we have. And of course, there are many, and so we need long-term planning. In some cases, we have focused on our cast iron underground water mains program, and we have not focused on our recreation facilities. And so we have to look at the community as a whole. We can't have a roof collapsing in an arena or a library not being able to be used. And so, again, it has to be, you have to allocate resources based upon the needs and long range, find ways to solve that. We are very fortunate. We have a really good reserve accounts in place that provides a lot of funding towards our capital projects. So we're able to use the reserves as part of the interest earnings that we create from the reserves towards the capital. And so that helps to keep property taxes down. But again, long range plan, you have to ensure you understand your whole community, what your requirements are, and then try and allocate resources towards.
Okay, the next question we have for you is a two-part question. The first part, tell us about a time when you articulated a point of view that was at odds with elected officials or members of the management team. The second part of that question is give us an example of when you were forced to change priorities or direction. How do you feel when you were first confronted with this change, and what was the outcome?
Well, a great example we actually just brought to council on Monday was a shared use school that was being created in Moose Jaw. The province and the school divisions were working together to create a new school. They picked a property that city owned that was part of our long-term residential development plans without any consultation with us. And so everybody was very irritated with that. The management team was irritated, council was irritated with it because there's no consultation. They just said, this is the property we want, regardless of what we had done. We had sunk costs into the property. We had designed and planned for residential development. And so while everybody was a little bit irritated with the whole thing, I tried to remain calm and articulated a vision of why can't we find a way to work with the school divisions if we can recover our costs and ensure that the school happens. It's a $70 million project. If we can recover our costs, make sure the school happens, it's a great benefit for the community. And so that was a little poo-pooed by many people. Again, I think I had a vision on that one of how we could work together to create this property. And I'm glad to say it took 4 years, but we brought it to council on Monday night. And the shared use school is now a go. It's the city has recovered all our sunk costs. And on top of that, we have about 35 or 40 residential and multifamily lots that will be created at a fraction of the cost. And so in my mind, it was not even in my mind. I think the proof is in the pudding. That was a great step forward. And rather than fighting with people, is find a way to help them do what they want to do in the city. And so again, most people were irritated with it. I was as well. But I mean, I think you have to get past emotion and look towards what's the best for the community. And, having a new school and that construction and the labor and everything else, the economic activity from something like that is massive. So if you can give me your second question again, I don't know. I think I almost covered that right here. Give me that second part again, please. Sorry.
Sure thing. So give us an example of when you were forced to change priorities or direction. How did you feel when you were first confronted with this change, and what was the outcome?
Well, again, that's probably one that is an example of where, we had a set plan. This is what we're going to do. And all of a sudden it was taken 90 degrees off to the side. And so again, it's important to remain calm, find the best solution that takes into account all situations, all conditions, and how you can make something effective. I mean, lots of times, I shouldn't say lots of times, sometimes our recommendations are not accepted by the city commission. That's their responsibility to make decisions. And so I think you have to accept it. Our best professional advice may have missed something or is not accepted. And if that's the case, then that's the case. And you move on and you implement what city commission asks you to do. I can't think of a specific example. As you know, I'm probably 99% right all the time. Just kidding. Certainly if it is that way, it's something that you have to move forward. Everybody has roles and responsibilities, including commission and including myself and the management team. And if it's something different, we just need to carry forward. If I think of something, I'll come back to you on a specific example, but that school one seems to be the most, because again, we were all really irritated with the way it happened, because zero consultation on what we were doing. But again, take emotion out of the equation, be logical, find what's the best for the community. And certainly us fighting with the school divisions was not the best.
James, it's John Strand. I'm sensing that built into your personal mindset, one of the tools you draw on, and I'm just sensing this, but I'm appreciating it, is humor. You don't always seem so heavy, and you have a way of seeing lightness and things. Or am I just misinterpreting that? Or maybe it's just me wanting to see that.
Well, I think I'm a funny guy. But I believe that, city business is really serious, right? We have so much responsibility and people are depending upon us every day, but we have to have fun at what we do. I mean, I love getting up in the morning and going to work. I have so much fun, accomplishing things and helping people and, people that can't find their way or navigate through the city, helping them to do what they want to do. So it's a blast, honestly. As I said, it's the greatest gig in the world until it's not. But I think you should have fun at what you do. You need to get your work done. But you should have fun. I think I'm a funny guy, but probably sometimes my humor is out there. But again, there's times and places for it. And certainly being somewhat of a smart guy at an interview is probably not the best. So I'm trying to contain myself. But again, as a professional, when there's business to be done, there's business to be done. But, if we are, talking after, I need to know how you're doing, and if you're feeling a little bit heavy burden, can I make a joke to take some pressure off of you? Because again, we've, as professionals and people that work for cities all these years, sometimes we have ways of coping with the pressures that come with it. And if I can help people, lighten up a little bit, and ensure, they're feeling good about what they're doing, I think that's an important job of the city administrator as well. You need to be the calming force at City Hall and in the organization. When COVID hit, I never missed a day at the city. I felt it was so important that I was there, that people knew that they could count on me, that I was at my office every day helping and making sure things were, people got the answers that they needed. When COVID hit, we were changing things almost every 3 hours at the start. It was, well, shut this down, then shut this down. So again, you can bang your head against the wall, or you can find the humor in things. And so I do try and find humor in things.
Thank you. Our next question is, describe a time when you were part of a team that led a significant economic development or community redevelopment initiative. What role did you play in handling any roadblocks and ultimately ensuring success?
Well, a great example, I probably nattered on a little bit about too much, but the economic development in Moose Jaw, it's the best 4 years that they've ever had over their time period. And it's really because we developed a strategic plan. We have a vision of what we want the community to be, and then we're all working together to accomplish it. Like I said a little bit earlier, sometimes you have to shepherd projects and programs through the city. And so I think that's part of my job. And so what we've done is created, there's got to be a better name, but I just call it the Economic Super Development Team. And so what we do is we put all the people in the room together that need to deal with that, including the mayor, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And we look at projects and see where there are issues or where we need to help them get through. And so that's a lot of the red tape I talk about getting rid of. One of the biggest things we did in Moose Jaw was create an industrial park. When it came, they had created an industrial park, but they really had done nothing with it. And so we were able to get a grant to complete some concept planning and some preliminary engineering work so that we could, excuse me, sir. Sorry, my computer's doing weird things. Not you guys, my computer. And so we created, we were able to obtain a grant. We were able to do preliminary concept design, preliminary engineering, and then we went out and sold the industrial park. And so that's where part of the $1 billion comes from, is that we created the business park, the agri-food industrial park, and then we went out and sold it. And so we have there's a power plant being built there right now. There's a major project I'm hoping to bring in January. As one of the projects I want to finish off in Moose Jaw. But again, it was leadership looking at what we had for resources. Is there a better way to accomplish something? And so we were able to do that. And I'm just part of the team. And so in my mind, I said, why can't we do this? Why can't we have preliminary designs? Why can't we go out and sell service land as compared to expecting the developers to service land? So again, very effective. It was a major change in how we did business, but I think a really effective one. And again, I was, I think, a catalyst. I was a change agent. I was able to come from outside and look and say, this, I don't think is working. What about trying that? And so I've been hugely successful. I mean, I don't know if I get to brag enough, but $1 billion is probably going to be 1.5 by the time everything is in. We've created 200 to 600 jobs, and more are coming. And so it really is a full focus on the community. We externally prospect and look for external companies to come in, but we work really hard with our internal companies. We have a pork processing plant in the city. We created a great relationship with them. They purchased another plant that had been shuttered for probably 10 years. They spent a lot of money in rehabbing the plant. They're bringing 300 jobs, and they're starting up into operation in February, March. But that's, again, creating relationships with people, finding out what we can do to help you to put your projects into the ground. We worked with our local community college and provided land to them and in that industrial park so that they could create 2 new programs. And so it's really work with your internal customers, the internal people that are there that already commit to your community, and then prospect externally and bring them in when you have a facility and the resources are right there and you have opportunity to be out there. But again, that's part of having a strategic focus and planning. Our strategic plan has 7 objectives about branding, and the agri-food industrial park is a very important part of that. It's one objective all by itself. So we put a lot of resources, time, and effort to ensuring that we fill up that park. It creates jobs, it creates property taxes, and it creates our own revenue without increasing property taxes. So all those things are really important. If you can create jobs, if you can create property taxes, you do, and have more buildings and property to spread the costs over, it makes it easier for everyone. So that's part of the importance of growth and why growth is so important to the community, why you have to work on it and ensure. And I know that Fargo has good growth. I've been watching some of your council meetings, and you have some really cool businesses that are there that are expanding. And so, it's just, it looks like an exciting place.
Okay, this is John Strand. I'm just curious, with you're looking at and sharing with us the economic development activities, the industrial park and so on. How did you incorporate the peripheral aspects of, like, for example, housing and transit into that bigger picture?
Well, the problem is we were so successful, we're out of rental units, and so that's the biggest issue. It's not a good problem to have, but it's a problem that, again, will create more development. And so we're working with local developers to build rental units. We have, I think, 400 rental units being constructed next year, at least 200. And we're working with a company that they took over an old hospital with a number of buildings. And so there's an opportunity to work with them to redevelop some of those buildings into rental units because we have a huge need and we have a shortage of labor. And so we're working really hard to bring labor in. We're working with the Indigenous community in Saskatchewan to provide an opportunity because they have not received their fair shot and fair chance. And we're working with overseas groups to bring people into the community. So we've been really successful, but it creates not issues, but opportunities to bring more people to the community, to bring more rental units to the community, and just have that increased economic activity that just keeps building upon itself and growing in the community. So it's really important that, again, we take all steps to grow the community because that's how we maintain our service level.
And bear with me, how about transit?
Transit, again, we work with the local companies and talk about, is there opportunities to bring transit right to your facility to help you out? Again, many of the new Canadians perhaps may not have a vehicle or a way to get there. And so transit is really important. In fact, just had that discussion about how it's important that we maintain transit. And we work with the local companies to see if we can enhance service to them. And it might be at a cost, of course, because again, it's a specialized service, and sometimes the businesses need to pay for that specialized service. But we have a transit system, and again, to be effective and to use your resources appropriately, it's you need to work with the businesses that need help, and that's again what we're there for. If we have resources, we can help you. Let's find a way to make it work.
Arlette Preston, I have a question in regards to economic development and housing. We are part of a metro area that's about 250,000. And what one community does impacts another. So can you talk about how you would approach working with the other communities?
Well, I think especially in your area, it's really, it's critical that you try and work together as much as possible. And I know I had a similar example in a smaller place. Is North Battleford and Battleford are separated by a river, and they are separate communities, and they don't work together as good as they should, as good as they could. And so it's important, again, to develop those relationships and start talking to people, because I think we all, and particularly your area with 3 different cities, I mean, you all want to accomplish what's good for the area, because if something's in Muirhead, it's going to be good for Fargo and vice versa. So I think you need to, again, create that common thought process, that common vision of what you want your metro area to be. And I know that you have some groups that do that already. And I think it'd be incumbent upon me to talk to the other city administrators and county administrators. And if we are not working together, find ways that we can work together. I mean, lots of times the biggest place is can be viewed somewhat as a bully. And so I think you have to step back and, again, listen to others and see what issues they have. How can we work together? How can we grow our area for the good of everybody? Because, I mean, you've got so much opportunity to work with those other communities. Working apart, you are not going to accomplish what you can if you can work together. So real important, and I'm sure you have that already, of councils getting together, management getting together, administrators getting together, and just developing relationships. And how can we work together? What can we do together that will help our community? I watched your council meeting where you're talking about the bike paths that cross the red, and so that's a great example where you're working together to provide an asset to the community that everybody uses. And so if you can do that with everything, wow, you'll be able to accomplish amazing things.
Thank you. Our final question is, please share what your approach will be to promote diversity and inclusion within the city team.
That's a hard issue. When I was in North Battleford, again, demographics were such, and our diversity was not there, and so it's a very sensitive issue. So we worked with our local Indigenous community, and we created opportunities for people that may have not had one. And so in that case, we were the first city in Canada to work with a tribal council. And I don't know if you have them there, but a tribal council there around North Battleford, there's 16 different First Nations. And so some of them work together in a tribal council, and they try to do joint initiatives. And so in that case, we worked with tribal councils, the first city in Canada to do that. I'm very proud of that. And we created opportunities for people that may not have had one. And so we did intern programs where we designated, or people were asked to come to work at the city with us to get the skills, because it's really important. We have work to do. And so it's really important that we have skilled people. And as a way to enhance your workforce is to make sure that everybody has those skills. And so as a city, I think it's important that we look towards creating opportunities for people. And so internships give people the skills, so then when open positions come, they're able to fill them for us. So diversity is really important. And again, here we have a lot of new Canadians coming. We have the Indigenous community that's not been given their fair shot, and so we need to work together with everybody. I was really proud of the work we did in North Battleford because it was, it was really a hard place to work. Again, with the crime severity index the way it was, and a lot of the issues they had with gangs and homelessness and drugs and addictions, and it's heartbreaking some days to work there, but it was important to do what we could to create relationships, to work with people, and find ways to make things happen for people. And so diversity is really important because that's your next labor force. And it's something you should do anyways. It's the right thing to do, but it's also preparing yourself for the future. You're creating your next city administrator, your next city engineer. And if you can get people young and train them, when opportunities present themselves, they're ready to go and you're ready to carry on carrying services. Because you got to find that balance, right? We can't have minor hockey not getting to an arena in the morning and it's not open. Those things can't happen. And so we have to ensure that we're providing the services and we're providing the training. So diversity is really important. And there's a number of initiatives we can do. I talk about the National Award-winning succession planning, and that's part of it too, is finding talent in your organization, giving them opportunities, giving them training, and giving them a place to go, and knowing that their organization cares about them and wants them to be successful. And we're giving them every opportunity to do so. So don't tell anybody, but I have a little bit of a heart. It just comes up now and then. And it's secret. But in those cases, it's absolutely the right thing to do, and it sets you up for the future.
James, this is John Strand. You've addressed the diversity issue very, very well. Thank you. And the inclusion is part of that. Help me understand a word that's not there and your interpretation and definition and application of equity.
Equity. Our workforce should be reflective of our community. People should look and see themselves working for the city. We can't provide our services without labor. And so we have to, again, ensure that we provide people that maybe are disenfranchised and haven't had the opportunity, the chance to get the skills, so that when when openings happen, they're ready and prepared to hit those openings and go. And in my mind, that's a way to create equity and maintain services, because we always have to maintain services. And so again, it's really important to create those opportunities for people, to give them the training, to do mentorship, to do internships, to have specified classes about what the city does. We provide so many services, we need so many skills that there's opportunities are out there. And so again, we have to give people a chance, let them know this is the skills you need to work for us, and we'll give you those skills. Come work with us. So equity, again, it's all, in my mind, it's all part of the inclusion and finding ways to give people a chance that may have not had.
James, hi, Denise Kolpak.
Hi.
Thanks for being here today. My question is, I'm going back to when you talked about strategic planning, and you certainly have focused a lot on the value of that, and you spoke about mandate letters. Can you give us an example of what's included in a mandate letter and how you use those to hold people accountable?
Absolutely. A mandate letter is really defines, and I'm going to pick on somebody there, engineering. Sorry, man. You asked me a tough one, I'm giving it back to you. Just kidding. The mandate letter would say to him that this is what we expect to accomplish this year. City Council has given us these resources. These are the projects we expect to be completed. Specifically, here's some items I would like you to work on internally. There's, maybe we're not sharing enough. Maybe we're fighting with planning. I don't know some of those things. But those are, I would be giving in that mandate letter. It says specifically what I expect to happen. And this is on top of your regular day-to-day work. And so again, it's a specific objective we need to accomplish. And so it's very specific. It's time. It's provided a time. and what I would view as success. And so I will sit down with the city engineer, and we would go through the mandate letter and say, and it's an effort, it's a teamwork effort even right there. Is here's what I would like you to accomplish this year. What do you think? And we develop that list together. It has to fit the strategic plan. And sometimes we can overdo what we're trying to accomplish in 1 year, and so we have to make sure it's achievable. And so the mandate letter lists the objectives. Here's the time frame I expect it to happen. Here's what measures of success are. And then we work our way through the year. And I talked about those coffee meetings or just get-togethers with the directors, just to talk about how they're doing. How's your strategic plan coming? What's your progress on your issue with planning and development? How are we making out with that? And so it's really, part of it is to, again, clearly define what's expected. And then my job is to make sure that you're accomplishing that. So the mandate letters is, again, the written documentation that says, this is what we're going to do. This is how you're going to be successful. Here's how I'm going to hold you accountable to it. And those are, again, all very important things if we are trying to do just more than our day-to-day. If we're trying to be better every day, those are the type of things we need to accomplish. But it has to be written and understood by everybody. Otherwise, it gets nebulous and, well, that's not what you said, and you can get yourself into disputes. But again, if you jointly create the program, you clearly define it, my expectations are people meet that. And so I hold people accountable to meet those standards that we've jointly established together. I mean, it's not coming down on high. I'm here to help you. If you need some training, then maybe one of your objectives is you need to take emotional intelligence training because he's an engineer. I'm just kidding. And sorry, man. And so that would be, those are some of the things that you would include in the objectives. And, certainly I would expect City Council to provide that to me as well. One of the first meetings I need to hold is with City Commission. And what are your expectations of the city administrator? What do you want accomplished over the next year? We talk your strategic plan being from 2010. It might be a little dated, just saying. So I think, again, it's really foundational documents. Without your foundational documents, written expectations, written documents, it's all up to interpretation. And so it's really important and critical. And the whole system that I've designed is that everybody understands what's expected of them and what they are required to do.
James, Mayor Mahoney, how many direct reports do you have?
I have 13 right now.
And in your system, we have definition states sometimes strong mayor, weak mayor. What would you define your mayor?
The mayor in Saskatchewan or Canada, it's the city mayor, or city council manager system. So the mayor is the leader of the community, of course, leader of council, the person that I coordinate the most with and work together with. And so I think it's a strong, just not even a system, but a strong mayor is just absolutely critical to success of really in a strong commission. So, the system is.
And kind of on our system, the strong mayor votes. So it's a 5-person commission.
Yeah.
So the vote is very important or critical. In sometimes the council systems, we see the mayor can only veto a motion, but does not vote.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's exactly the same. The mayor votes, has one vote, has no veto, has no specific formalized power to make decisions. It's city commission as a whole or city council as a whole.
James, this is Arlette Preston again. What's your understanding about the difference between a commission form of governance here and a council form?
I don't think there's a lot of difference. I've looked at your home rule document. It's very similar to what we do in Canada. Again, city council provides direction. City commission provides direction. They vote as a group of 7 and to lead the community. So I think it's fairly similar from what I've seen. Do you believe it? Is it different? Am I missing something?
He's asking you a question, Arlette.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Is it different than what I explained, or what a commission does as compared to a council?
Your answer is just fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other follow-up questions from the panel?
I have a typical John Strand question. Pronounce your last name for me, please.
Pufalt.
Pufalt, thank you.
John, do you know some Pufalts? Is there somebody in Cavalier
don't.
that you know? Or
I just don't want to mispronounce it.
Well, and a way to remember this, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this, there's no fault in a Pufalt.
Well, James, then do you have any questions for the panel or would like to make a closing statement at all?
A question for sure. What's the biggest issue facing Fargo? I mean, I've watched your council meetings and seen some of the discussion. So what's the biggest issue facing Fargo?
probably our biggest issue is growth and ability to do a long-term strategic plan. As Commissioner Preston mentioned, we had a diversion, and we continue to have growth in how to manage the land we have because it's a limited amount of land. We've had permits go from 720, 760. This year we're 850. So we continue to have a marvelous economy and marvelous growth, but it's the headaches that go with that. Direct reports will be 22, so it's a big system. So there's many challenges.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I mean, I can't thank you enough for giving me a chance to meet with you this morning, and I'm really sorry I couldn't get there. I was just jacked to get on the road and come down and meet you in person. And I'll be glad to come down next week and hang out. But thank you again for the opportunity to meet with you, to discuss Fargo. I've spent a lot of time watching your council meetings and seeing what you're doing. And to me, it seems like a tremendous place I would just love to get to. As you said, you know, we were in Estevan for a long time while we spent time in Minot and Bismarck more. You know, Fargo was kind of always the cool place over there. You had the Fargo Dome. I just about had tickets to AC/DC there in 2009, which is my favorite band, by the way. And so, you know, I think Fargo is an amazing place. I can't tell you how much I would love to get there and work with you. I think I could give you everything that you need from a city administrator, and certainly strategic planning and economic development and diversity are my strengths. Among basically everything, as I talked about, we have our strategic plan talks about an entrepreneurial civic administration, and we have over 100 different initiatives we take in to save money and reduce costs and be more efficient. So I would love to bring all that to you and work together to help continue and help grow Fargo. I've had experience with that. Estevan grew a lot in the 2000s, and we're in a huge growth spirit in Shaw right now. So I believe that I can do everything that you need and would love the opportunity to work with you.
Well, thank you, James, for speaking with us today. We will be concluding the rest of our interviews yet this morning and then having a discussion to follow. So we will be in touch with you shortly thereafter.
Awesome. Again, thank you so much. And everybody that helped get everything through. I know the IT person had to meet with my daughter yesterday because we couldn't get I wasn't home and able to work on trying to get into the system that you have. And people work really hard to get my package there. And I certainly appreciate everything everybody did. So once again, thank you so much and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, James, the whole committee. Thanks for your time and your time to go through this application. Excellent discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Would you like the team to score him now and hand those in, or do you want us to wait till the second interview?
So maybe we can take just a minute or two for scoring while it's fresh, but then it's up to you if you hand it in now or at the end.
Okay.
I'd rather do mine after I'm.
No, that's fine, John. It's whatever your preference is. I just want to make sure what the expectations are. Otherwise, she'd be waiting on your scoring.
Just want to make sure you turn in both of the score sheets for both the presentation and the questions.
now we finally get to have a candidate in the room. Mike Redinger is going to interview at this time. We'll just change one thing around. He does know the people in the room, so we won't have to do introductions by any of the team members that are here today. Mike, welcome aboard. Are we going to start with this presentation, Jill, or do you want to explain to Mike what's going to happen?
Yes, we'll begin with his presentation, and so we'll let Jen walk through that.
All right, Mike, there's a clicker up on the podium if you need to use that. The time, so you have 2 to 5 minutes for the presentation, and Brian has set a timer up here on the back wall for you. And then after the end of the presentation, we can follow up with any questions that people may have.
Okay. Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Really appreciate everybody's time and effort to get here today. I'm really glad we're able to get this in this week with all the snow. So thanks for being here. So I have a little practice with the clicker here. All right. Well, thank you so much again, and real pleasure to offer this 90-day plan presentation. So I thought it'd be really helpful to start first with an overview of what we're going to talk about today. So this is a brief outline. We're going to talk about some guiding principles, the vision for the position, as well as the 90-day plan itself. First, I want to start with some guiding principles. By all accounts, there's a lot of things that guide us as professional city managers and city administrators, but we really have to come back to some core philosophies. I think number one is it's really about democracy, really respect for the democratic process, majority rule of elected bodies, in this case, a city commission. It's also about shared governance. We all have roles and responsibilities. The elected officials have roles, staff have roles. We also, in our profession, really uphold ourselves to a gold standard for professional conduct. That is the ICMA Code of Ethics. That is something that is a longstanding member of ICMA. It's a piece that's really important to me, and it's one that I rely on extensively. My other core philosophy is stability. I like to be predictable, like to exude a calm confidence, and really to keep driving towards results. I really think a lot about Jim Collins. Jim Collins, if you've read his book, In Good to Great, he talks about disciplined thought, disciplined action. That's really a code word for focus, staying on plan, staying on target so that we move forward with results. So my vision for the position is really in a variety of different topics, but I just picked a few. I wanted to talk first about presence, really standing for the team. That means being visible. That means being out there and providing stability. Proximity. I have experience both leading from the front as well as the middle of the organization. I understand what that takes, as well as at the chief administrative officer level. Sometimes you do need to be the booster and the spokesperson from the front. Sometimes you need lead from the middle and let staff really tell the story and be out front. Storytelling to me is about being a positive spokesperson, being a consistent representative for the city of Fargo, while really retaining a focus on excellence, on performance, and on deliverables. We also really need to maintain our pace. This is something that's very important to me, our progress, and what I call the battle rhythm. This quote of battle rhythm is actually a quote that Tom Waters, some of you know Tom. Tom was a former SES federal employee for the Corps of Engineers. He worked with us with the diversion project early on. Tom talked about in our early days of the diversion project needing to have a battle rhythm. And I think that's so spot on as it relates to city administration and what we do in professional management. And then also the last core philosophy, of course, and in my view of the position, is one of reflection, having the humility, having the need and belief for continuous improvement. So shifting gears to the 90-day plan, we're going to talk first in the first goal about leading and managing the takeoff from interim to administrator. I've had direct experience and role doing this before, previously as an assistant manager that had to become a city manager, and know what that's about, know how to manage that transition well. I also would want to immediately start with the recruitment and selection of an assistant city administrator. We need a full team to be able to serve the elected body and serve the new administrator. We also need to take an inventory of our senior leadership team. We need to visit with them. We need to see what their timelines are looking like. I've heard in the last year, we've got some timelines coming up. We've got some people that are thinking about
in the next 24 months, maybe the next 36 months of looking for retirement or looking to move on from the organization. So we need to be preparing for that. At the same time, we need to focus in Goal 4 on relationship building with the City Commission. We need to really define our expectations. We need to define what it is we want out of a mutual work plan and one that gets the support of the elected body. And then we also need to follow through with Dr. Schatz, I believe, with the next steps for our governance workshops. I think these are really good. I think there's a lot of value in doing that. And then finally, I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing our workforce. I think it is imperative that every single day we're thinking about our workforce, what we're doing with employee engagement, what we're doing to move the ball and keep our talent here. Finally, let's wrap up with 3 last goals. Goal number 7 is really about community partners and visits. I know many of these partners in the community. I've worked with them for years. In the case of the Greater Fargo-Moorhead Economic Development Corporation, I think really establishing a good external vision is imperative. We also have a legislative session that's going to get underway here very shortly. We're already hard at work on that. We need to keep up a good government relations presence in Bismarck. And then we also need to have presence as it relates to major projects and study initiatives, including the growth plan update, as well as the River Valley Water Supply Project and the FM Diversion Project. So it's really about maintaining momentum, prioritizing, being present, being in the moment, and really instilling a balance within our team, a work-life balance, as well as a balance of our priorities. So with that, I just want to thank you. I'm very grateful for the opportunity today. I'm very grateful for the City of Fargo for inviting me here just now over 6 years ago. Thank you.
Any members have any questions in regards to this vision?
I do, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Strand?
Good morning, Michael. It's a pleasure to see you on that side of the dais. Your guiding principle of democracy, I do appreciate that and understand that, but sometimes in that democratic principled approach, we sometimes lose in that vision, and I'm not suggesting we have. I'd just like to visit a little bit about it. We lose the notion of we're a democratic republic, where while you do in fact have majority rule, and you also have an obligation to protect individual rights. Could you just address that balance? Because I know and I understand, but that other side of the teeter-totter is the individual.
Right. That's a great observation, Commissioner, and I appreciate that. So to me, what that principle means is we certainly always in our work, professional work of staff, need to endeavor to support the will of the body, right? The will of the commission. And in my previous experience, in that case, the will of a 9-member council. I previously had worked for about 19 different elected officials in the neighboring community. And so you're trying to keep up with priorities, you're trying to keep up with change. But I think to your point, it's also a respect for minority rights as well to make sure that we're still considering that and we're still thinking about that. So when the time is right, perhaps to reconsider a priority of minority opinion, that it can be introduced respectfully and that it can be considered appropriately and professionally. So what I mean by really trying to serve the majority will of, in this case, a 5-member commission, is just trying to stay on point with our work plan and our focus so that we are delivering on what the will of the entire body would like us to do and like us to see. We have, in our case, over 1,000 full-time employees every single day doing work in and out of all sorts of unique departments and technical aspects throughout the organization. And so I think it's a respect for that, understanding that we are on my analogy is a big ocean liner, right? This ocean liner is out to sea. It doesn't move very quickly, but it can move subtly and it can move over time. And so part of that is including other voices. Part of that is also, again, being responsive to the majority will of the commission. So we can elaborate further on that later in the process. I do have some other thoughts on that, but I think it's a great observation because you're right. Here we have, in the case of a commission, we have 20% shareholders of a board too, right? But then collectively, there's a voice of that entire board in the commission as well. So thank you.
Michael, this is Arlette. So there's a lot of goals here. How do you plan to accomplish that in 90 days?
So the first thing, some of these goals I think are very achievable in terms of like meeting with staff. We have 21 departments, so getting out and taking that inventory. I'd actually like to personally meet with staff to give them even a survey to ask, what do you need from me for you to be successful? I don't know that we've really done that here. And so that's a first priority, but I think that with the permission of the commission, to get to the work plan. If we need more time, we're certainly going to ask for more time. But I think there's some immediate priorities that we can get out and get active. The legislative session is one that will occur regardless in the first 90 days. But if we need additional time to hammer out the work plan and really get to those kind of core philosophies and those core objectives, let's take the time to get it right, because we know that the commission, of course, that's seated today will be here for some time. So with your permission, I might ask for an additional month if we need it, but we really have to get, I think, really immediately moving towards getting the rest of the administrative team filled out so that we get an assistant administrator, if I'm selected, behind me to be able to support the commission and support all the other endeavors that are already underway. There's a lot of activity here in this organization, and I can say, having been the interim for the last 6 months, I can attest doing the two positions and the hours and the days that we really need to instill a balance with our staff and our team as well. So you're absolutely spot on with that. And I think we have to have the confidence and courage to say we need more time on some of these matters. There's a lot in the air right now.
Very good. Now we'll put you to the more informal part. You can sit and we'll have 9 questions for you, in which again, there may be a little dialogue with the members of the team as well.
All right, Mike, I'll be the one asking you the 9 questions, as the mayor said. So are you ready to start? Absolutely. Okay. So the first question is, how do you define trust, and what specifically have you done in the past to develop and maintain a strong, trusting relationship with your commission members and department director and director staff, both individually and collectively?
Well, that's a great question, because really the hallmark, the bedrock of our profession as professional city administrators and city managers is to really get to know our elected officials well, understand their priorities, understand what's motivating them as individuals, and then really think about how to meld those priorities into a comprehensive work plan. So I build trust in a couple of ways. I mentioned earlier in my opening comments that I really want to try listen to staff about where they're at today and about what's motivating them and about what their kind of timelines are looking like in the organization. I would intend to do the same thing with the commissioners, frankly, because, again, as I mentioned earlier, we know that this is the body that's going to be here now for the next several months. And so this is the group that we know your priorities need to be really listened to carefully. So building that board capacity, building that board confidence in the work plan means that you develop that one-on-one relationship. At the same time, you really help the commission think about goal development and developing that responsive work plan. So I think that that strategy development is just so important in what we do, because as individuals, as members of the board, as well as these 21 different department heads, everybody has different priorities. It's my job to listen and really engender that trust by trying to make sure that I'm doing everything I can to hear it out, but then also to communicate that we can do anything, but we're not going to be able to do everything. We've got to prioritize, and we've got to develop some consensus. So I think that's a great question, but I build trust primarily by listening, by communicating well, and have been noted and lauded in the past for having that interpersonal ability to get out both to the community as well as to the internal organization and build that relationship and build that trust. It's really was a hallmark of my time next door. I think I've done that well here in the last 6 years, and I got to keep that up if selected as the next administrator.
Thank you. Can you please describe your management style and give us some examples of how you cultivate a cohesive management team and ensure the overall effectiveness of department operations?
So to me, the management team is the day-to-day, and that is where the relationships are formed. It's where we have all of the different and various talents and skills that come together. I do it in a couple of ways. Number one, I want to get to know our people as I do today, but know them even better on a more informal level and keep it light. We have got to have fun with what we do at work. We've got to keep it light. We've got to keep it where we're getting to know people on a personal level, know the family stories, get to know what's motivating our people to stay here. It's almost a mini stay interview, if you will. HR and I, we've been at the police department lately conducting over 90 state interviews, talking about employee engagement. You almost need to be thinking about that with the management staff as well to try and understand what's keeping them here after this very tumultuous time that we've all shared mired in over the last 2 to 3 years. And I think that that's just something we have to stop and reflect. So I talk about humility, I talk about reflection. With that management team, I think we've got to just start right there. Like, we know that we've all been through a lot. At the same time, we've done some flood events, we've done some other responses on the pandemic, and just trying to understand where people are at and motivate them. So I think the other piece to it long term then is to try to keep an effective and coherent management staff team working together. One of the topics and priorities I have on my list is to really visit with people in this kind of one-on-one. What do you expect not only from me as the administrator, but what do you expect from your colleagues and this management team? Because I don't know that we've defined that as well as perhaps we could. I'd like to see that be a productive learning environment where our staff can say, you know what, I enjoy coming to that, because not only do I get to see the fire chief, or I get to see the HR director, but I really get to have kind of a lighthearted moment where we get to check in on how we're doing as our team, as our people, and really support one another. So I just think there's some great opportunities to think about that and to really prioritize the administrative identity, the management team identity, and just acknowledge that these are really challenging times. These are really challenging jobs. No question about it, whether it's Fargo, Fort Collins, or Fresno. These are challenging jobs right now, and we have to be together as a cohesive team. So I believe in team, and absolutely believe in getting the right people on the bus, on the right seats, and moving forward. We have to do that.
Mike, Steve Dirksen with a question here on that follow-up. You talked about setting expectations of what we expect from our colleagues. What would you do as the city administrator to build that team and build that trust between department heads?
So I think right now, one of the key opportunities, and again, to Commissioner Preston's earlier question, you need to have the time to do this, which means having the administrative support, is kind of getting out and really listening to figure out where the departments are at with their own teams and goals. Some of our departments have very coherent strategic plans. They know where they're going. They know where they want to be in 5 years. And then you'll have others that are really just trying to survive. And then you have others yet that are experiencing some immense and enormous staffing challenges. So I understand we are not all going to be at the same level in terms of having full staff and having our really coherent plans put together and inked. I think that we've got to get almost on a one-on-one basis and get to, it doesn't have to be an overwhelming process, but even get to 5 or 6 goals that in the next 2 to 3 years that department or that area wants to achieve. I just think that's really important, because I know in some cases that's really well articulated and defined, and then in others I think there's real opportunities. So whatever I can do to help lead that and help be the ambassador for that, I definitely want to be a part of that. And so, but I trust our staff. At the end of the day, this is a really competent, proficient team of people. And this is an organization that when we recruit and when we find people, we expect that level of excellence. We're going to keep finding those excellent people as opportunities present themselves. But for the here and now, we've got to continue to meet our people and their needs and where they're at, and really thinking about their future as well as the department. So it's a great question.
Can I ask a question? In your presentation, you talked about succession planning for the departments. Do we have that right now? And can you talk a little bit more about what you had in mind?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner. So I would view succession planning right now as a bit of an isolated activity. It's happening in the departments where we know that we have some department heads and department leaders that are saying, I'm going to be gone in a year, and so let's get ready for that. We have others that I'll say are more on the horizon line that might be about 2 years out. I just want to get a comprehensive sense of where our team is going to be in the next 2-3 years in the next elected transition, when we'll have another election here coming up in a year and a half, just so that we have an understanding and an idea of where people are going to be, so that we can prepare now. As well as identify the talent, that next generation talent that might still be up and coming behind that individual or behind that leader. I think that we've got a lot of depth. We have a great bench of talent, and it's just trying to ask those people too behind that department leader, are you interested in this? Are you seeing yourself as being a future leader? Whether that is in a back office administrative support function like assessing, to a public safety department, to engineering, where are we at with our people? So we're very fortunate that we've been able to hire some excellent people over time, but now it's trying to get a sense of is the next generation ready to lead if someone was going to retire in the next year? I think that's what I'm talking about, is just getting a sense of where we're at. And I've done that work before, identifying that internal talent. I've got direct experience in doing that, and I'm really proud of some of the promotional decisions I've made, in my career, and I think we got to think that way too.
Can I ask one follow-up? So do you envision the Human Resources Department participating in that, or is that something that you see as the city administrator being responsible for?
Yeah, so I need HR whenever we're talking about people. I need help, right? And so I need to get the good structure. We've got a great structure that's being built now on this stay interview process with the police department. And so I want to build something like that, kind of a mini stay interview, if you will, for our department leaders. And so I would want to make sure that we're doing that in a consistent way, that it's going to feed meaningful data and information for the Department of Human Resources as well. But I think it's just a good initiative. As a city administrator, did it as a city manager next door, just to really hear your people out and figure out where they're at. So it does need to be led, I think, by the chief administrative officer.
Michael, can you describe in the last months that you've been interim and then prior to that as assistant administrator, what you did or how you went about creating that cohesion amongst the management team, and perhaps, how you get them on the same page?
That's a great question. So let me kind of divide the question a bit, because there was a period of time, when I was the assistant, I came over in 2016, and so it was provided a number of direct reports at the time. It's been a little bit different more recently with all 21 direct reports. It's been more of a challenge, when we're doing our 5.5, 6 days, sometimes 6.5 days a week, trying to keep up with all of the effort with the departments. But my approach early on, I'll say when I came over, was to really spend a lot of time with the departments that I had much more interaction with. That would have been HR by top of the mind. When I came over, we immediately kind of went into some early priorities and early projects in that space. And then more recently, that's kind of blended and molded into additional outreach with the planning department. The fire chief and I stay in touch, probably more over the phone on a regular basis. We don't get the chance to get out and get to the fire station much. But, and I would say too, with the onboarding of the police chief when he arrived, obviously had quite a role, in that process as well as had the principal responsibilities to the DEI process and the development of that description. So I view it as both the direct reports that I had as the assistant, that was informal, that was meeting people where they're at, going to staff meetings, convening staff meetings, and now kind of elevating that to the entire cabinet group in the last 6 months, where I've really been responsible for trying to keep tabs and a pulse on all of these activities. Admittedly, as I said earlier, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. I know that we are not getting out as much as we could or should, because we just frankly, as we're here at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night or whatever it might be, we're just not being able to kind of connect and keep up with all of the pace and with all of our people. So that's why we need to have that support in thinking about where our people are at and making sure that we support them, because that's my vision really for the administrator role, is that you are that booster, you're the ombudsman, letting the commission know then too that, we've got some needs here that have emerged out of this department. We've got to be thinking about this in the budget process. So I'll leave it at that. Happy to articulate further if there's a specific follow-up on that.
Michael, you alluded to experience being in the front of things or in the middle of things. When one is, for example, a city administrator, you're wearing so many different hats and skill sets all at the same time, all the time. If you could just touch on the differences in moments where you're leading or where you're managing and where you're following.
That's a great question. So let me just back up to about a dozen or so years ago. Obviously, as a city manager in a council manager form of government, you are the chief executive, the chief administrative officer that is very much out front of the entire organization, in that case 261 FTEs, presenting, leading. The principal, you're sitting at the dais, right? You're providing direct reports to an elected body. So that's probably the best example of being directly on point, becoming the public information officer, becoming the flood incident manager for the flood event of 2009, and then shifting gears to an assistant role where you are both leading a project or an activity, and we've had many, or being a team member. I'll use our incentives review process that we did at Taxes and Review, where you're a member of a team, leading from the middle, as I said earlier, trying to still provide that leadership, still provide that coaching, still providing that opportunity to be present, but also letting the other people lead from the front. I think this growth plan is also a great opportunity. Let me flash forward to the present, of being present and being a great supporter of it and being around it, but also letting the people that are really boots on ground, getting their hands dirty in that process and that effort, being the ones that get to lead it from the front and getting that glory. They should. They're putting in the time. They're putting in that effort. So I really respect that about this form of government, in that we hire and place these competent department heads to really be the spokespeople for their organization. I don't know how to design Fire Station number 8, but the gentleman to your right does. But I'm going to support everything that I can to make sure that this Fire Station number 8 comes in on budget, gets the support and resources it needs. And if a story needs to be told, if we have a commissioner that had a question about it, that we're going to make sure we clarify any questions or concerns they have so that we can move forward. So to me, I think it's really about trying to be that behind the scenes, behind the curtain person as well, to support this success. I think there's other examples too, where, here in this organization now, I'll use another example, our Performing Arts Center project. That's one where, you're the staff lead, you're hiring the consultant resources, you're trying to do different things to move the ball, but you're also still relying on other people, to help you out with that. So I think there's great examples, and I'd be happy to talk in any greater detail on any of these, but of just what leading from the middle looks like. And I think it just means being there, being present for that staff, and making them feel assured that you've got their back when it comes to that podium on a Monday night at 5 o'clock, that we've got their back. And I'm happy to take that podium to support them and to be right next to them and stand with them. That's what as I mentioned at that very first outset of that slide, standing with and for the team, with and for the team. And that also means sometimes sliding back to support them and let them really lead from the front.
Okay, so the next question is, what process do you use to resolve department conflicts or make critical decisions involving the allocation of staffing or budget resources?
So, Jen, I'm sorry, did you say department conflict?
Yes. So
Okay.
what process do you use to resolve department conflicts
Got
or
it.
make critical decisions involving the allocation of staffing or budget resources?
So there's no department conflict here. We're all, it's copacetic. So let's say that. But no, here's the deal with budget and priorities. I really start with budget with a narrative and a goal of where we want to be. So when I was a city manager in a council manager plan, the manager is creating the budget, creating the tone, creating all of the desired outcomes, and then visiting with the mayor and the city council to try and make sure that that is consistent with what they want. My role here has been a supporter of the mayor's budget team and a person who helps assist with the budget development. Part of that has meant then, here in my time, getting in front of the departments, try to understand their priorities and their needs, hearing them out, listening to them, and then communicating clearly that, you know what, this might not be the year that we're going to be able to do this and this and this. I see a couple of smiles out there. I think people know what I'm talking about. But that said, we're going to stay focused so that if we can, in fact, go hire that third person in that department, the fifth person in that department, that we're going to have a reach goal to try to do that. So I think it's trying to keep that team unified around what our goals and objectives are for that budget process so there's no surprises. Because the minute that a department thinks that another department kind of has an end run around a process to be able to get something that that other department next to it would never stand a chance to get, there's a lack of trust. And so we have to have trust, and that transparency means we communicate clearly as a staff team and with the elected officials about what the desired outcomes and goals are for that budget process. Start with that narrative. Start, whether it's the mayor's budget, whether it's my budget as the city manager, you bet we're going to start with a good narrative because we have to make sure everybody subscribes to it. There will be disappointment. There will be competition for resources. But part of that is talking about a longer-term strategy to say, it may not be your time right now, but how about next year, we add this position, we do this position, we do that position. And I think there's a couple of people in this room that can attest to that now we are moving forward, and I'm going to pick on this fire station again, with trying to find the people and the bodies for a fire station that didn't physically exist last year, but we need to get ready for construction this year, and then you find your staff and you find your resources. So I think that it's really about trying to communicate that even if your time isn't right now, we're going to hear you out, and we're going to get back to your priority and make sure that that happens in the future. So being upfront, being honest about it is how we do it. Because every single year, we're going to have a fierce competition for resources because we're never going to be able to accomplish everything that we want to do. That's why we have to prioritize.
Michael, I'm just curious if, as you approach these departmental issues, would you describe yourself as conflict averse at all, or are there times that's the right place to be versus looking at, for example, not that they're comparative opposites, but looking at problems as opportunities?
I'm a problem solver, first and foremost. I use interpersonal skills to try solve problems. So if we have got conflicts going between a department, what we're going to do is try to talk to departments individually and then bring it together to have a conversation about how we build a bridge and how we kind of do things a little bit differently. As the city administrator and as a city manager before in my previous role, I was really called upon to try to be that person to find resolution to conflict. When you are tasked and you transition from the interim to the full-time role, there's no question, it is unequivocal that you're being vested with that position and that authority to navigate those conflict moments and make sure that you're finding a resolution for the team. It's my job, as I think about an hourglass, it's my job in that hourglass, if the commission is at the top of the glass and this department and organization, the organizational structures at the bottom of the glass, to manage that middle. And managing that middle means that we show that we are doing everything that we can to try to keep the team gelled below the hourglass, the sand that's run through it, so that the commission up top, in this case the commission, previous examples have been the city council, is really seeing and believing that we are pulling our team together. There is nothing here in what we do in local government that should be so divisive with resources, with staff, with talent, that we can't find a way forward. We have got to endeavor to find a way forward. And I think that we've been able to demonstrate that in our budget processes over the last few years. I think in some of these challenging times of the last 2 to 3 years, we find a way forward. We pull together, esprit de corps, keep the team together, and try to support the elected body, even if the elected body is not unanimous with that direction. But we've got to support the direction that is the majority will. And so if that means resolving conflict, we need to do that.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Can you tell us about a situation that demonstrates your ability to be a catalyst and driving force that keeps the city commission and the entire organization focused on executing the commission's strategic direction?
So I'm gonna go back a few years. We're gonna talk about one emergency event, and then I'm gonna shift gears to another event. Let's talk about the flood of '09, when you become a critical incident manager of the flood of record for Fargo Moorhead. I had to immediately shift gears. As a relatively new city manager, I had only been city manager for just a little over a year, I believe. And it was actually about 14 months, and I got kind of thrust into this role of trying to keep, in that case, a 9-member elected body, as well as several neighborhoods, as well as several individuals in a community together, and kind of wrapped around priorities about how we're going to do emergency management for that specific event. It was a formative experience. I can't say that is such an understatement, because it changes you. It changes who you are. It changes how you lead. It had such an impact, indelible impact on me, because it was really forced me overnight, literally overnight, into a moment where all of a sudden I had to navigate an emergency response, as well as all of these political persuasions, as well as demands, outside demands, from the public for resources and for attention, and how we balance that. So I think that is one that, with the good efforts of my colleague at the time, Dr. Bob Zimmerman, who remains a very close colleague and friend, he and I think, really tried to lead as best as we could in that event and try to keep the elected body together. That is really, really critical. So then shifting gears a little bit, I think when you shift gears, you think about Fargo. I've experienced a lot of things here, both as the assistant and now even as the interim, but I think the budget process is probably one of the best examples in the civilian world outside of emergency management, where we're taking the priorities of the body and we're trying to make sure that we stay consistent and we stay together. I've been really proud to be a part of that and trying to listen to our people and listen to the elected officials. Now I've known several over on this side of the river as well, and tried to kind of keep to a central core vision and focus. So again, as I mentioned earlier, these are really challenging jobs. There's a lot of competition for priorities and time demands, but by building that board capacity, I think the budget process has been a good example of where we can have disagreement, we can have friendly back and forth, but I think for the most part, we've been able to accomplish a lot over here by working together. I've been proud of being able to do that, both individually one-on-one with elected officials as well as for the body as a whole. I would just say this too, and just in closing on this question, I know who I am. I have a calm confidence about who I am and my expectations for how I want to drive a project, drive a team, drive performance. If we define a goal and we define an objective, we all are going to pull together on that to do it. It's not just about the administrator. It's not just about a police chief, a fire chief, an engineer. It's got to be about a team pulling in that direction. That's really what I think Collins means by disciplined thought and disciplined action. It just means the whole team pulling together, getting the right people in alignment.
Okay, the next question. Please describe the most difficult situation you have encountered as a local government professional. How did you resolve it? What creative methods did you employ? And were you satisfied with the outcome?
I'll again give two examples. One, I'll talk about a personnel example. I had a very difficult personnel example years ago in a past life, and one that was a very difficult department director separation issue, and a very difficult matter, to handle, and an entire department that was really looking to the city manager to lead on that issue, and I did that with my human resources team at that time. Personnel matters, when they become very public, are very difficult to manage, and they really take a lot out of you as a person and as a leader, but I was really proud of how we were able to manage all of the expectations, in that case, of a pretty large department who really didn't know what was going on in very difficult circumstances of why we needed to separate from an individual. And so I think that was, in a silver lining, that was an example of really keeping a team together and trying to communicate and trying to rebound from that very difficult time, how we were going to do it together as a team and find interim leadership, and we did that. And so although it's not a fun thing to talk about, it is a part of leadership. It's a part of, especially of local government leadership, that sometimes you're going to have very difficult situations that you may not even be able to talk about publicly, and I still to this day am not able to, but very difficult situations, and some that you have to recover from and recover from quickly. So I think that's a good example. Of course, the flood experience is one that is also is just is sort of endemic to who we are. If you've provided any kind of leadership in local government here in this community, you've been impacted by that. It has shaped you. It has absolutely changed you. But on the positive side, it has really brought people together too. And it's shown you a lot of good in people and shown you a lot of talent in your people. And so those are a couple of other experiences where it's challenging, it gets tough, but you use sound strategy, sound communication, and really effective teams to try move the ball and move the needle. And you also have to acknowledge, last comment, your limits as an individual. At the end of the day, a city administrator, a city manager can only do so much because they are also limited by the 7 days out of the week that they have to work with and by the tools and the resources that they have. They have to have good people with them. They have to have a good team. And that's what this is all about, is team and really delivering. And those challenging situations are made a lot better when a good team is around it.
Michael, you talked a little bit earlier about that hourglass kind of analogy with the council form. However, with commission form, there's all kinds of leaks.
How do you handle that?
That's a great observation, because if it's an hourglass in a council manager plan, it's probably something more like still a cylinder, but you're right, there's a little bit more daylight through the middle, because we also have a whole bunch of boards and commissions that we support as well. And so I think that the best way we stay on top of that is to make sure that we have a coherent work plan that just says, on any given day, and you can see it in this space, in this room, there's boards and commissions meeting all the time. You're just not going to have the presence and the ability as a city administrator, even as a department head, to monitor and track every single last board and committee activity. And so in a large organization like this, you're going to rely heavily on that management team to try and inform you, make sure that you are learning everything you can about what's going on, keeping a pulse, as I say, on the big picture without getting into the micro level detail. Our organization is frankly too large to have the administrator running to chase personnel matters about 3 rings down the ladder. In some departments. We trust our departments to really manage what they've got to do. And so I think, leakiness, that's a great analogy, because you're right, there will continue to be, even with the liaison role and assignments in this form of government, direct relationships from elected officials to a department. That's good. That's who we are. That's in the DNA of this organization. The only thing I think we need to do is just try to keep better tabs on how we do that. And so I really support this governance workshop, because I think that we need to better define that, because a liaison in one department might mean something than a different department that defines it some other way, and from another department that said, yeah, I really haven't talked to a liaison in the last 4 or 5 months. So I think it's just trying to standardize that through the governance workshops, but then also no surprises. So whether it's me, whether it's my department heads, whether it's the elected officials, so there's no surprises. We're all openly communicating about priorities and about what's going on. And I would like to think that we've been able to do that pretty well here. Just try to keep an open door, keeping an open phone line, answering calls, nights, weekends, whenever it takes, whatever it takes, to make sure that we're communicating clearly. But it's really has got to come back to that, because this organization is just way too large to be able to have, to your point, a very, very tight hourglass. So great comment.
Okay, the next question. Please describe your philosophy towards budgeting and fiscal sustainability. How do you accomplish the Commission's strategic direction and achieve long-term fiscal sustainability without raising taxes?
That's a great question. That's a tall order too, to be just without raising taxes. So that's good. But no, I like that. That's a great one. I think that we've got a very good handle now in the last bit of time since I've been here about how to start the early formative process of budget. I like how we start with some early revenue projections. I like how we start with goal development. But I think that, my experience has been, we really need to have kind of clear, succinct priorities. So in my past experience, I've done debt service analyses, I've done payment in lieu of taxes analyses with then Springstead, now Baker Tilly. I've done capital improvement plans, as well as more sophisticated revenue modeling for other projects. But I think that all that data is great. I think it's all important, but we've got to have the team really aligned around what it is we want to achieve. And so I think strategic was in the question, and so we don't have that really today in the city of Fargo. There is no overarching, multi-departmental, every 21 departments subscribing to a corporate plan. We don't have that. I do think that's a great desired outcome out of the governance workshops. I would fully support it, because that really helps us hone about where we want to go. We get strategic in individual plans, whether it's the core neighborhood master plan, whether it's the growth plan, whether it's our economic development incentives committee. We can get strategic that way, but we're really lacking, I think, this kind of broader brush of where we want to go in terms of really large outcomes, desired outcomes. So if you can do that and kind of meld in all of those individual plans that are currently underway, I think that we've got a great shot at trying to hone that budget strategy even more so than it is today. I think we do a great job with budget, but I think we can do more. So a lot of very specific experience. I won't elaborate further on it from my past, but a lot of specific experience working with all sorts of capital improvement planning and operational planning. Also have had experience doing tax forfeiture analysis. Unfortunately, had to do a very large subdivision or two that went tax forfeit next door. And so what that workout plan entailed. So I've done all sorts of strategy around budget and want to listen to the commission about your thoughts about where you would want to see budget go in the future. And we can do that starting for the 2024 budget.
Michael, if that sense of overarching corporate strategy or plan, who will breathe life into that? If you become named the city administrator, will you wait for like the mayor or electeds, or are you going to take the initiative? What would you see your role in aiming there now that you've identified in your sense that exists?
Right. That's a great question, Commissioner. So I think that it's a two-part shared governance question there. I think the administrator initiates a lot of strategy development and planning at the departmental level, but we need to have follow-up conversations with Dr. Schatz and others, and perhaps maybe a different facilitator after that, about that corporate strategy development and planning. My experience in the past has been, I have been the initiator. I've been the one creating strategic plans for city council and creating that strategy. That's not a great model either, because if it's owned by one individual and it's owned by staff and a few direct reports, and it doesn't have that durability and that belief by the elected body, it's really a futile exercise. So that's where I think you have to have that strategy development owned by the board in concert with the chief administrative officer and your departments. Because if it doesn't start there and get the home base there, it's very difficult to get off the ground having it only be staff-led. And especially in this form of government when the administrator is not a chief executive, it's a chief administrative officer, but the chief executive is the mayor. And so I think that that is a commission, mayor, and senior staff conversation to initiate and ignite. I've also had experience in the past working in retreat settings like we're doing today, or not today, but as we're doing recently with the city commission. I would do that annually with the city council. I would do it with facilitators, sometimes without facilitators, and it would just be me, facilitating that with the board. And so again, as I talk about those 19 or so different elected officials I previously worked for, that was me on point, leading those retreat sessions, leading governance topics, and leading strategic planning. I think there are a lot of merits in that, but as I mentioned earlier, I think there's a lot of downside too. And that's what happens when you get elected turnover and transition. That's a great plan, but that's owned by a previous body and this manager. And so I think it's got to have durability. So I'll just leave it at that. Got to have durability.
I have a question real quick. So we talked about you were the assistant. So let's say hypothetically you were given the new position. What do you see for the assistant for you, the assistant city administrator? If you were the head administrator, what would you see in them to complement you?
That's a great question. No, that's a great question, Commissioner. I appreciate that question because I honestly have not given that a lot of thought yet. You don't want to put carts before horses, but I would say this. Strong assistant administrators are those that if you are out for any duration or length of period of time, that they're going to be able to pick it up and get your vision and keep it going. I need to have a simpatico relationship with an assistant, as I have had in the past, as I've hired an assistant, filled my role behind me when I became the manager next door, that are going to work well together and are going to really be able to take the priorities of the day and just get after it. And people that I can trust and people that I know that are going to not only not let me down, but not let the elected officials down, because that assistant role is as much an example of trust between the administrator and the assistant as it is the elected body and the assistant and the administrator. So there's a lot that rides on that. It has to be the right person. I would specifically look for someone who can help out with some longer range and have the time to help out with some longer range financial planning and analysis. I really believe in that work. It's something I've done before that takes a lot of time. I'd also want to make sure that it's somebody that can get eyes and ears on perhaps some of the more technical departments or utility departments. Those are areas that, frankly, even in my 6 months in the interim role, I just have not been able to spend the kind of time that I would have liked to. So you got to divide and conquer, and you've got to make sure that whoever it's going to be is going to complement you well and not overlap, because we need 2,080 hours of that plus 2,080 hours of the city administrator. So I firmly believe that. We're large enough that we have to have that, and I fully subscribe to that. So I'll leave it at that, but that's a great question, so.
Just to follow up on that, Grubb's background was utilities, utility manager, and kind of ran that even as he's the chief administrator. And it seemed that you were not necessarily in the utility field. If you take this role, it seems to me that we're really transitioning our administrator a different way, because you are not in the utilities, and that's a lot of our public works is the city. So following up on Dave's question, are we somewhat morphing into a new type of relationship or a new type of leadership model in which one guy does utility, one guy does all the other things that you did? Of the 21 stuff, you guys split it half and half. So do you anticipate this person having a slightly different role than your and Bruce's relationship?
Well, that's a great question, Mayor, and I think that it's one that obviously you need to see the attributes and the talents of your people. I definitely would not want to have a completely mutually exclusive relationship of only doing certain functions and activities. I think as the administrator, with 1,022 FTEs, you have to have a sense and a presence of what's going on around all of the departments, whether it's engineering, water, wastewater, et cetera. But I think there's a way to do that such that the person that you find and the person that complements you, they still are 80% of their time perhaps going out into those areas, as you suggest, but helping the administrator keep a pulse on what's going on in those areas, keeping a pulse in that picture, so that when the time is right, and I'll use the water supply project as an example, when the time is right, and Troy Hall and LAWA and the Garrison Diversion Conservancy said, you know, we really need top cover on this. We need the administrator. Absolutely. I need to be up to speed. I got to go support that, and I got to be a part of that. And so it's taking those projects that I haven't been a part of and then really better understanding that. I think the administrator will always have familiarity and knowledge of the engineering and CIP, but I do think there's some additional capital planning that we need to be doing and thinking about in other departments, including the general fund, where I think your assistant as well as the administrator are going to have to job share that and really think through that. So, but I just don't want to suggest that I think it's ever a mutually exclusive, separately walled off, you take 11, you take 10 departments and call it a day. I didn't think we're too big where we've got to have those relationships, you know, across those department lines as well. And so I would really see it that way. Confession, I'm not an engineer. I don't have my PE. I'm sorry. I am a liberal arts major. A couple of times over, my graduate work is also in a professional degree, but in a liberal arts tradition. So that's my background from Morehead State. So I don't have the engineering and the technical chops, certainly, that others have had in this organization, including Pat, who I worked with as well for several years. So.
Michael, I was going to ask this at the end, but now it makes sense to ask it now. What do you see as the greatest opportunity moving from interim to permanent administrator, having experienced the interim role?
Yeah, so great question, Commissioner Kolpak. And so I think that one of the things I experienced when I was an assistant and then an acting and then a permanent, and in this case, an assistant, an interim, and then if named, a permanent, is providing a stability message to staff so that they know that there are going to be some things that feel familiar, feel the same, and a consistency. Showing up every day to provide that consistency in tone, in leadership, in lightheartedness, so that the team knows that you got their back and that we're all going to hang together as a team when it comes to a Monday night at that podium at 5 o'clock, lights and cameras, that we're together. We're going to stay together, and we've got each other's backs. I also really see a real opportunity to send that message out to the community. That's part of that external vision I talked about in the slide deck. The outside organizations have, I think, seen various examples of the Fargo administrator being out in the community. In some cases, much, much more out. I go back to the Pat era. That's how I came up, and I learned a lot from Pat, being next door as a brand new city manager and having to call Pat a few times, and I learned a lot from Pat. But, you know, I think we're all different people, but I just think that, you know, when I look at the people that have, when I look at Bruce's transition here, when I think about my transition, becoming a permanent person, you just got to provide some familiarity and some stability to people, while at the same time saying, we need to get better in some areas and we need to improve in others. Tell me what you think those are. And how do we do that together? And I talked a bit about that management survey, kind of those one-on-one surveys. I want to listen to people and hear where they're at, because we very well could have somebody that says, you know what, I've been thinking about this for a while, and I'm also in a time of transition. I'm thinking about moving on. And we need to support people with their decisions and what they want to do. But I need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to listen to them and make sure that they see in my leadership and in this change enough stability and enough consistency that they got the confidence that we're going to be together. So I think that that's really a kind of a key internal priority, and just making sure that we conduct this in a way that is professional and respectful.
Michael, you've mentioned stability a number of times. Can you talk a little bit more about what leads you to that? And then second question is, this organization, at least in my experience, is very flat. How do you manage 21 department heads?
So I'll start with the first part of your question about arriving at stability. I have worked for a variety of different individuals in the past. I've worked for engineers, accountants, as well as a really dynamic city manager when I became an assistant. I've kind of carved my own style of stability over time, kind of trying to take the best of what I have found in the attributes of those individuals and really have thought and reflected on how do I want to send a message to people. And I've found that I have been able to work with teams in a much more effective way if I can be calm about things and if I can provide steady guidance. I'm not a flare-up, blow-up, emotional. I don't do that. That's not me. And so I think that stability for the team members, and I think that if you ask some others who I no longer work with, they would say that that stability has meant that I knew I could have a listening ear without judgment. I knew that even if my recommendation wasn't going to be granted, I was heard. And the administrator or the manager, in my previous example, definitely had my back when I failed and when I didn't live up to expectation. That was always, I think, a hallmark of how I tried to lead the number of direct reports that I had, was to make sure that if we need to go own something together, if we failed and if we screwed up, we need to get out there, and I'll be there, and I'm going to be there with you and try to tell a mayor, a council member, in this case a commissioner, that this is how we screwed up, this is how it's not going to happen again, and this is what we're doing moving forward. And can you repeat the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
How do you manage 21 departments?
Yeah, we have a lot of departments, and I completely concur with your statement about we are very broad, left to right. I think the creation of the assistant position in 2016 was a really good step in the right direction. That's why I'm just so direct about that as the second goal in my slide deck about needing to have that, because if there's an expectation of the board of today, as well as the board of tomorrow, that we're going to have a presence and administrative identity in those departments, we need to have top-level support and cover, and it may even be that someday there's 2 assistant administrators. That very well could be. There are other organizations our size that starts to become the model. There are other council manager forms of government that might even have 3 assistant city managers in this kind of a size. So I think that we're in transition. I've heard that in that first governance workshop and retreat session with Dr. Schatz, and I'm ready and willing and able to respond to the elected officials of today as well as tomorrow if there are some differences or changes that people want to make. That's okay. That's the organic nature of local government and our ability to change. If someday there's more people that sit at this dais, if it's 7, if it's 9, if it's wards, that's okay. We'll work through that. We, as staff, as professionals, we will be your stability people behind the scenes. We're going to support you. We want success for you. But part of that is making sure that we keep calm and we carry on with what we need to carry on with.
Okay, so the next question is a 2-part question. First, please tell us about a time when you articulated a point of view that was at odds with elected officials or members of the management team. Then the second part of that is, give us an example of when you were forced to change priorities or direction. How did you feel when you were first confronted with this change, and what was the outcome?
And if you could just, Jen, the first part, so a policy proposition that needed to be redirected.
The first question
Yeah,
you
sorry.
No, that's good. So first, tell us about a time when you articulated a point of view that was at odds with elected officials or members of the management team.
That's a great question, and that is one that I'm going to have to think back. I'm going to have to reach back to a different time and think about even in a stronger council manager form of government, the city manager never should get ahead of the elected body. And I can recall a couple of times, whether it was on economic development projects, I'll use that as an example. I'll use that. An economic development project where, and a specific one that I'm thinking of, where the manager with staff was perhaps a little bit out ahead of elected officials in terms of trying to advocate for a project and going in a direction, and then being pretty particular in trying to tell this particular project, and this is not Fargo, that no, we're not going to do X, Y, and Z because we think it's in violation of policy, and we think that's a real challenge. Phone calls get made. Elected officials get contacted. Staff's difficult to work with. How do we work through some of these issues? Mayors are calling, so tell me more about this. I think that's probably a good example of where points of view in that case got too far out ahead of where a board was. And this is before social media, when people can pick up the phone and really work over, in that case, a very large body. And we had to change direction. We had to acknowledge and have the humility to acknowledge that things are going to change in this, and we might have to take a deal here that is not the staff's prerogative. It's not the best deal we think that can be had here, but we'll take it because life is too short, and we're not going to fall on this sword. So I think an economic development example, I think too, when I think back to other land use projects and priorities, I think we probably all have examples, both as elected officials and staff, of examples of, I wish I could have gotten that one back, because what happened on that site, what happened in that area, it's not the end of the world, but it just leaves a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth, and is somewhat regrettable because it could have been better, it could have been more. And so I can think of a couple of examples that way too, where there's hindsight's 20/20, but there's no going back. We make the best decisions we can in the moment. And if we have to change direction, we've got to be humble enough and politically astute enough and have the emotional intelligence to say that we made a mistake and we got to go in a different direction. And that's okay. Just one last example. This is also one too, and Ben will appreciate this, but you talk about snow removal, you talk about making mistakes in that arena when you have events like we had this week, and when you disappoint people and you let them down because you made calls in the field about, and this is a real example as well, not Fargo, but when you make calls in the field that you thought were the right calls and you let people down and you got people stuck at home, they have medical incidents or whatever it might be, you're going to change your direction pretty quick. So you're absolutely going to be nimble and you're going to be able to be responsive. So that agility is just so critical in what we do. Every single day is a different day, but you have to have the agility to change course, shift direction when it's called up for. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So describe a time when you were part of a team that led a significant economic development or community redevelopment initiative. What role did you play in handling any roadblocks and ultimately ensuring success?
So I do have some pretty extensive economic development experience in the Fargo-Moorhead area. I've worked with the Greater Fargo-Moorhead EDC since its inception. Now, formerly, the EDC was the Fargo-Cass EDC, so I was one of the initial people around, and I'm going to say about 2004, 2005, when the EDC grew and it became the Greater Fargo-Moorhead EDC. At that point, I was an assistant city manager. I've also worked, of course, with the Chamber of Commerce in that merger that had occurred at the time, and now it includes West Fargo. I've also worked with the Emerging Prairie organization. I'm the direct staff liaison to that organization here for the city of Fargo. So my previous experience has been on direct projects. In Minnesota, I worked with the Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development on a 700-acre commercial industrial business park. That's one that is on the east side of Moorhead. You'll see that. We supported grant applications. We supported new incentives and development opportunities for that commercially available opportunity and land. We participated in business retention and expansion visits, so I've got direct experience doing that. I've not done that in Fargo because a lot of that activity is handled either directly by the Greater Fargo-Moorhead EDC or by our strategic planning and research director. I've also done customer service activities around economic development. I led a study with Flint Communications about customer service, how we serve the development community, the Home Builders Association, the realtors, as well as the commercial lenders and residential lenders. That's something that has something I really was proud of that we did next door. I think that's certainly experience that lends itself well to economic development initiatives here. Fargo is a bit unique in the metro in that we don't have an EDA. Our neighbors do. Our neighbors to the west have an EDA, our neighbors to the east have an EDA, but we have a really sound and I think really good, cogent Economic Development Incentives Committee. I was also part of the review as a team member of the review of the incentives policies when that came up recently. So, no, I think we do a lot of good things in economic development, but I've got specific experience managing both projects that have come to the table when you have public property to deal with, as well as being a part of a team. Probably the best example of team success over here in Fargo in my time has been the Amazon project. Everybody really pulling together as a team to make sure that we were doing everything that we can, to support that. That was a great, great effort. There was you had points of contact, but I think everybody pulled together in that, whether it was planning, engineering, administration, finance. So, yeah, we can do small, we can do large. I feel like I've kind of done it all, but I do want to engage with the EDC should I be named to this position, because I do think there's more opportunity for us to be involved at the administrator level with the EDC. Last comment on economic development, too. I've also been the co-deputy executive director of the Diversion Authority Project for now the last few years since I came over to Fargo with the Cass County Administrator. That probably is the single largest economic development opportunity and project for Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo in the next 50 years, I think, hands down. And so, although it's not touted as an economic development project, it effectively is one. It is flood protection and permanent flood protection, but we've been right there doing economic analyses and studies, and so look forward to continuing that work as well. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any follow-ups on economic development, I'm happy to answer.
Michael, I'm just curious, if you have successes, who gets the credit?
Not me, because here's the deal with what we do in administration. Every single day, we support a number of elected officials that are the representatives of a community. They represent the community. We're the hired help to help elected bodies be the most successful that they can possibly be. They get the credit. We do the work. They get the credit. We want elected officials at ribbon cuttings. We don't want city administrators. We don't want city managers. We'll do it. But we're reluctant to do that because we don't want that light. We signed up as professionals in this field to do what we do. And there's an old a city manager that wrote a book about coaches coach, players play, and bus drivers drive the bus. We're players. We're not the coaches. Elected officials are the coaches. They're the owners and the spokespeople for their organizations and for their community. As the players, we play the game. We play the game the right way. But that means giving the credit where the credit's due, where the tough policy, heavy lifting happens, and where we just get to execute, we just make sure it happens and the train arrives on time. So I think that it's really important that when we talk about big projects, that we give the credit where the credit's due, and then we also thank continuously the public for supporting the vision. Because without the public and without their confidence, and without their trust, we don't move forward. And I think that we in Fargo are fortunate that we have that trust and that confidence of the public in the direction and the outcomes and where we're going.
So if you view yourself as a coach, Mike, do you have any special plays the coach should do tonight to win the game? No.
I say that, again, as the liberal arts major with no sports abilities and skills, so, yeah, so.
Okay, so
Wait
the
a
last
minute.
question we have for you,
A
oh,
follow-up.
sorry, was there another one? Sorry.
There's one up here.
Follow-up question to the earlier one. So you talk about the commission being representative of the community and the staff being there to implement. Can you explain a little further your previous reference to the mayor being the chief executive officer and the administrator being the chief administrative officer?
Yes, I sure can. So the city administrator, because you sit at the top of that pyramid over all of the departments in this organization, in this structure, since the advent and the creation of the position, is really that person that's not only got all the administrative contact and context for what's happening, but is really, really trying to manage all of the affairs in all of these departments. So there are clearly in the charter and clearly in the ordinances some roles that are reserved for the mayor and reserved for the commissioners that are unique to the commission. They don't belong to staff. They will not belong to staff unless there's a form of government change. So when I talk about administrative role and being the chief administrative officer, I simply mean that you are, as ICMA would define it as well, you are the individual being tasked with being the top appointed staff person of that pyramid. There is no additional person above that. The mayor's role in this form of government also possesses administrative authorities, however, in addition to chief executive responsibilities, as well as the legislative responsibilities of being a commissioner, and as well as the commissioners being effectively legislators as well. So I think that, again, I'm a big believer in respecting the swim lanes and making sure that everything that I'm doing is acknowledging of where we're at. And so as in my coaches coach, players play analogy, acknowledging that I will not be out in front of a mayor, in front of a commission, holding press conferences, doing activities that surprise or catch people off guard. What's he doing? That's not this form of government. And I think that through our strategic planning and goal development process with Dr. Schatz, I think we've got a lot of good conversation around this very topic already underway. And I want to support wherever the commission would like to go in this direction, because ultimately those decisions about where you want your administrator, where you don't want your administrator, really belong to the appointing authority and the body. And so I think that's really key. So, and acknowledging that there's some gray areas in there too.
Okay, now the last question. Please share what your approach will be to promote diversity and inclusion within the city team.
Well, thank you. So my role in Fargo when I came over to the organization, and then in the most recent period of time, the last 3 years, I've been principally responsible for the creation of the job description as well as some of the initial functions of the diversity, equity, and inclusion position. So we're off to a start. We are not done, and nor do I think any local unit of government is really ever done. So what I'm doing in my professional study and trying to learn as much as I can, ICMA as an organization, and I think SHRM as well, and in the HR organization, is really talking a lot about this topic. Local government is in this topic. Sharon knows well in the Twin Cities, there are many, many suburban communities, metropolitan communities that have also gotten into this space. And so I think that my vision for that is to start where we're starting, continue to articulate a work plan and goals, define what the community also would like to see, and then figure out how we're doing this together across other institutions. We know that for a long, long period of time, education has had a real presence in the DEI space as well as EEOC. We know as well that the university setting also is the home for some of this conversation. So I'd like the community conversation. This isn't unique to Fargo. This is a metro-wide conversation, east to west, not a north to south conversation, an east-west conversation, West Fargo, Fargo, Moorhead. et cetera. So I think that those conversations in local government are really in their infant stages because they aren't as well articulated and developed as they are in higher education. I can recall being on the Minnesota State College and Universities Board and meeting the first EOC director after the merger of that system was in 1995. I was on the board in the early 2000s. And, if you go back in higher ed's timeline, they were already on that because they had to maintain federal compliance. They had to maintain equal opportunity for student access. And so that was my first exposure to this whole topic and notion was probably all the way back, over 20 years ago now. And a wonderful vice chancellor who I got to know and I got to learn a lot about DEI at that time. So I think you flash forward to today, local government's learning, we're improving, we're trying to figure out where we want to go with this. And so I think to that end, it's going to be an ongoing conversation. So, and where we want to go with it.
Mike, if you would get this position, to the rank and file people who work for us in the city of Fargo, I mean, you've talked about the relationship at the top of the chain, but what is it that you feel your message would be to them to improve retention and benefits or whatever it is? What is your vision of what is it to work for the city of Fargo and your role in their job?
So what I would tell our rank and file workforce is that we think of you every week, every year. We're going to invest in you. We want to see what is best for your professional development as an individual, as well as for the momentum of that department. I talked earlier in the slide deck about momentum. And I know as I talk to people that are kind of 2 and 3 levels down in some of our departments, there's a lot of support and a lot of loyalty to Fargo. And I want to acknowledge that. And I want to thank them for that because they have choices in this marketplace. I mentioned earlier, every single day, every single week, people are looking at our talent. So what are we doing to respond to that? We need to be intentional about what we're doing to listen to where their needs are and make sure that they hear us, they see us as an elected body, as a chief administrator, as well as senior staff, believing in their future and wanting them here. Because I guarantee you there's a whole bunch of people looking at us everywhere, from the west suburbs of Chicago to the Minneapolis suburbs to Bismarck to Grand Forks, looking at our talent, looking at our people saying, you know what, I really need an engineering tech. You know what, I really need a firefighter, a police officer, whatever it might be. And they know that we employ a lot of people. So we need to send a message of confidence, send a message of conviction that we are going to keep on this. We are not going to solve the workforce challenges and dilemmas in our metro area overnight, nor will we be able to do it without the strong support of our people. So as the administrator, I want to lead on that tone that we care about where our people are at and we care about them as people because we know that they have a choice in this market. We know that. And we are just in a stiff competition. I don't think any of us have ever experienced this. This is just unreal about what we're experiencing right now in our environment. And it's a challenge, but we are putting our best foot forward, and we need to continue to do that.
Michael, the question is, as I'm reading it about promoting your approach to promoting diversity, equity, or diversity and inclusion within the city team. What about the folks who aren't in the city team and you might see needs to get that diversity stepped up or address equity issues? So we have what we have, but how do you look at what we don't have and where they all end up?
Well, that's a good follow-up question. I mean, I think demographic analysis really tells us a lot of how we're changing in the Fargo-Moorhead area. We know that statistically we are different by population and demography than we were even 5 years ago. So I think that it's a two-part answer to your question. One, we need to be astute to try and understand, what's happening out in the community, understand the data, understand how the community is changing. But number two, I think that we all have relationships in our departments as well as myself with members of the community and with other individuals that might connect us to other individuals to try to show people an opportunity here. When we have opportunities that are open, when they're available, that we think about that. We're going to present on that to the commission here in January with the HR department about what we do at present to try to reach out and find diverse applicant pools and try diversify the workforce. But this is also a unique challenge, I think, particularly with our geography, given our location of where we are. We are not immediately adjacent to a Chicago, even a Kansas City, a Dallas. We are in an area that is a little bit further removed from other metropolitan areas where we could draw from for talent. So we need to be thinking about how we do that recruitment. And I think that's the second part of the answer to your question. How do we do that recruitment in the future? Because we don't have right now a team that's going out to trade shows, going out to those places where we might find a more diverse applicant pool. Should we do that? I think that's a policy question we should ask. We might need some more talent, more help to do that, because I think if there's one thing I hear pretty routinely and consistently is that even at 1,022 FTEs, we're really stretched thin. We got a lot of people really struggling on that work-life balance and trying to make sure that we make time for some of those new initiatives, new priorities. Well, we've got to then be able to put some resources to that if we want to go change that up. So I think we do the best we can with what we have. But if we want to do different and be different, we're going to have to think different too. Great question.
Bear with me one more. What's your definition of equity or application of equity in a city environment?
There are different definitions of equity, I think. There are some individuals that believe it means something very simplistic. There are others that might have a different definition to it. But no, equity to me means that we give everybody a fair chance at opportunities here in the city of Fargo. So if we have an open position, and I'll pick on the fire department, gentlemen to your right, if we have an opportunity, we're going to look at skills, credentials, and the ability for a person to do a job. And we want to make sure that that person gets that same opportunity. If they're coming from a diverse background, that the person who might be living right down the street from that fire station's got as well, that is, maybe from the community, but not from a diverse background. So I think equity to me in that definition means they have that fair chance and they weren't removed from consideration for obviously inappropriate reasons or for reasons that that they should be removed. But if they've got a skill set and they've got a credential, absolutely, equity means we're going to give that person that same look we're going to give somebody else. That's what it means to me.
Okay. So do you have any questions for us, or would you like to make a closing statement?
Well, I think in the interest of time and the fact that I'm an internal candidate, I would just reserve any kind of follow-up questions for later. So I'll leave with a couple of closing comments. First, a sincere thank you to everybody today for hosting the process and letting me be a part of this process. That last slide that I put up about gratitude is really true, and it means a lot to me. I'm very grateful to have gotten this phone call several years ago, admittedly at a pretty difficult point, professionally for me, to invite me to come over. And I've always remembered that, and I've always remembered the way I was treated when I came here as a new employee over 6 years ago, and as somebody that was really welcomed here with open arms. And I've never forgotten that, and I've never forgotten how people immediately, got me included and helped me feel a part of this. So I would leave you with this. I'm committed. I want to see us move forward. I want to keep the momentum, and I want to try to be that person that I think you want as a commission. And I wish nothing but the best for this organization. It's meant a lot to me to be a part of this success story over these last few years. I want to add my imprint to it, but I don't do it alone. I do it with a whole bunch of people that are a lot smarter than me and have a lot more skill set in some areas than me. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to have been here for these number of years. And I really desire to return to that administrator or manager role. That's my professional training. It's where I want to direct the rest of my career. I can't believe that it's been over 19 years already at an assistant manager level or higher, hanging out in this field. This is what I've been trained to do. I feel like I can handle it. And I really feel like this is what I'm supposed to do in local government and service. So this is how I think we can lead. This is how I think we can move forward. So I just, again, thank you for the time. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Mike, for your time today as well and interviewing with us. As you know, we're going to break now for a brief discussion to make the decision. So we'll reconvene here in a little bit.
And we'll recess and come back on at 11:30. Can we do that? Or as quick as you can? Because we have a meeting coming in here, I think the issue is. And I think for the committee, it's going to be, we're going to see the ratings and take a vote on something, I would anticipate. So I would ask you, quickly turn in your tabulations so the team can tabulate them. Is that okay, Joe?
Yes.
And then we would reconvene at 11:30 if they're done. If they're not quite done, it'd be 11:35. And just think about what we want to do next. But thank you. You asked great questions today. I feel it was a little different with Mike because we got to ask questions. We kind of wanted to see what his thoughts were. He's interim right now. It's always different when you are the lead. So to me, it was, I think it gave opportunity for many of the commissioners to ask questions they wanted to ask. So Joe, do I need a motion to recess or no? No? Nancy'd say no. I could just recess and come back at 11:30. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work this morning. There is a suggested motion. You will have the scores in front of each one of you. The HR team has provided a copy of the complied scores for the candidates, so we are ready to begin discussion of the candidates. Under the open meeting law, this discussion is required to be held as part of the public meeting. You may use the candidate's name. We didn't have numbers anyway. So you have the suggested motion on the screen that we're prepared to advance a motion during our discussion. So I'd open it up first for discussion, and then if I could have a motion.
Mayor, I'm just curious, without coloring the next step, my question has to do with, are we all on the same page, being as we lost 2 candidates and we were hoping for 4? That's my question is, are we going back to that point? Do we revisit the other candidates or not, or do we open the process up again or not? But that's a real surprise to me, to show up and have 2 out of 4 finalists. And I don't know the consensus of the group or desires of the group. And that's without influencing our sense of the 2 current.
And John, I'm deeply disappointed 2 dropped out. I voiced that with Joe, and I thought our team that did the interviewing, they knew the rules. But I think what happened is with the candidates, the press started calling them, and they realized, oh, this is open meeting. This is an open meeting. And it's just, we really need an administrative lead right now. We've delayed 5 months. Mike is working 80 to 100 hours a week, and I don't want to delay this decision. I think it would get candidates again. The result may or may not be the same, but it kind of is what it is. I think the lesson learned is 2 things, is I think you need to examine this open meeting law, and if we do the preliminary interviews and then the final interviews. So I think the lesson learned, we might have started with 7 candidates, whittled it down to 4, because then they would have known that this would happen. But I think the part of the environment, it's just hard to find candidates for this position right now, and we're stuck with that position. So any other comments on that or concerns?
If I could just say, I mean, we're hiring for some individual for the next probably 10 years, and it's terrible to be in a position that we feel like we're stuck. So I want to counter that, number 1. Number 2, I just want to say I'm disappointed on 2 points. 1, that the candidates didn't understand what open meeting truly was. And secondly, I didn't get the sense that the individual who was not currently employed by the city understood the difference between council versus commission. And I thought that was going to be really clearly communicated to them. And I got the sense that that probably wasn't done.
Sharon, do you want to comment to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I do want to tell you and assure you that through conversations with Patty and conversations with me, I truly believe that people understood the open nature of your process. We were able to advise candidates. Many states have open meeting laws. This is probably one of the situations I've worked with where it's been rather stringent, and it varies. So with any candidate, we are doing that. So I just want to assure you, first of all, that we had those conversations with people. The second thing, I cannot speak to conversations that have been had with the candidates on the council versus the commission form of government. But what I can tell you is, as a recruiter, I would have an expectation that candidates reviewed governing board documents, and certainly the charter that lays out the form of government is one of those foundational pieces that folks would just look at, same as a budget. So that's how I can respond to those questions. I hope that's helpful.
Does that helpful? Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I just have another question before we start acting. Is there a discussion to be had about, we're potentially creating an opening if this guidance goes forward, where we would identify an individual internally to be administrator? Wouldn't it be, I'd like to have a discussion about the second position, if that's where we're going now. And are we open, or is there a potential to offer that assistant position, if we go there, to the other candidate or not, or to other candidates? Currently, it's a discussion to have.
You know, typically with our vacant positions, we would want to post and have that competitive process for that level. But that said, we certainly could, communicate with current candidates working through Baker Tilly, who brought those candidates to us, could communicate with other current candidates to see if they are interested in an assistant role with us.
But it would not be the same format we're having now. The assistant administrator would be a different format, would it not?
I would think so, and I think that would in large part be driven by the city administrator, because that position reports to the city administrator. So as an HR team, we would work with the city administrator to determine what that process would look like, who would serve on that selection committee, and make that determination.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to add to what Jill has said, that it is critically important to think about what those attributes would be that you're looking for in the assistant administrator position. So, certainly the people that we have been in contact with, we have that information. It can be shared, and you will be able to reach out to those individuals. But I think it's just really critical to make sure that there's really good thought given to what that position is, how that position differs from the city administrator position.
I think with the interest the commissioners had in that second position today, it may be thoughtful to have a discussion about that, John, and I don't know if we can do that in governor's committee or where we want to do that. But it became evident as we asked Mike questions that a lot of us are concerned about that second position. So I think we will have a thoughtful discussion about that and what the format of that might take. But Jill's right, it's really assistant to Mike, so the department heads, Ben, you get input on that. And when you picked your assistant, who picked it, you or some committee?
Yes, that's correct. There was a committee that picked me. Dave Pipcorn served on it, and the mayor.
Yeah, okay.
In theory, if we were to, and I'm not saying we're going there, but say we had a candidate, and I'll be frank, there was one other candidate I was really, really looking forward to hearing from and meeting very much so, that I considered pretty much equal turf. In theory, though, had we picked, say we did have an outside candidate that was just extraordinary, then we wouldn't have any openings, which would affect our future too. But these are just dynamics I think that are important for us to digest. Not just the selection, but the implications of the selections and the subsequent actions that are triggered by that. And I'm not suggesting anything get turned over upside down, but gee, I was disappointed we only had 2 candidates today. And it's unfortunate that whoever gets advanced doesn't have, maybe they will, hopefully, but the sense that they really came out on top of a big pack of candidates.
John, I will say this. We see this often happen when it gets to the interview stage, even in our environment, when we're looking for a mid-level manager, because they go back and they talk to their local representatives and they tell them, hey, I'm going to interview for this job. And at that point, then the local people there get behind them and say, we don't want you to. We want you to stay. And so a lot of times that change in decision, whether I should interview or not, doesn't come when the interview is offered, but it's very much like this. We see it the day before because they have briefed either a commissioner or their council that this is going to take place, and they're just unwilling to probably let them go. Because if they're that good that they're rising to the top of our pool, they're that good.
And the other thing I think, Ben, is we have some internal candidates for that position that might rock us a little bit, because they're not stood up and said, I'm going to apply for this position. And then we see them in a different light. So I think we had some great internal candidates. We probably have great external candidates. It's a little less out in front to that position. And John, it may have that dynamic you're looking for, that little different look, and that may be something, and/or if we go on.
And perhaps if I could just say something here. Certainly, I have been in the position to hire a lot of different people. And when I have gotten to that point where people have removed themselves or taken themselves out of consideration, I've always had the option of stepping back and starting over. And that's not something we're talking about here. And I don't know, I have some real mixed feelings about even doing that, but understanding the environment, it's a tight environment for hiring right now. I just think that this decision is so crucial for the next 10 years that it's got to be carefully thought through.
Do I have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion if you want me to read the whole thing, but basically I would recommend Mike Redlinger be offered the city administrator position. And if you don't mind, I'll make a quick comment. I think the interview was so self-evident, his excellence. And I think we're so fortunate, and I'm a former football player, but we had Joe Montana as a city administrator, and the backup was Steve Young. That's what we've got. And so that's the way I felt when I listened to the interview. It was like, wow, he's the perfect guy for the spot. And so I think we're very fortunate. And so that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Well, I think Mike is a very dedicated administrator, and part of the reason I don't really want to stop this is because he's putting in a woman's work right now. He is working night and day for this commission, and we have a lot of things going on in our city. Legislative session starts, and we're going to have a lot of things that are very critical to this city. I think he offers stability. He did push that out there and talked about that a little bit, but I think our employees are concerned about what's coming next. And stability does count quite a bit in what goes on in this community. So let's see what happens going forward. Maybe the assistant can have a little different sparkle, but I think Mike's an excellent candidate. Roll call vote or just all those in favor vote?
Mayor,
Commissioner Strand.
is ever reconvening an executive session for this out of order?
Yes, that was not the selection process we chose.
But we couldn't convene an executive session if we chose to?
Nancy, can you answer that question?
No, the question of the public discussion of the employment has been addressed in several opinions by the Attorney General's office with respect to school boards. And after those 4 finalists are named, that is when that has to be an open public discussion of that employment decision.
So Nancy, is it a roll call vote or just regular vote? How do we do this? John says roll call. We can do roll call. That's fine. Jill, you want to call it out, please?
I can do that. Dirksen,
Aye.
Strand,
Yes.
Preston,
Aye.
Mahoney,
Aye.
Kolpak,
Aye.
Pepcorn.
Aye.
Okay, now I need to see the other end. Dow,
Aye.
Crutchfield,
Aye.
Hogan, Derrick,
Aye.
and I for me as well.
Well, thank you for serving on the selection committee. It's a little different than we've done it in the past, and I think we've learned some lessons from it as well. I'll meet with the candidate this time and advance a conditional offer. The only condition is it has to go to the commission for final approval, and we have to talk about pay and benefits if there's any changes in that he so requests. Ultimately, I would advance it to the city commission at the next city commission meeting that would be there. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, just one more thing.
Mr. Strand?
I'm going to join in with Commissioner Pepcorn's comments, how gratifying it is to have a great candidate come internally and to come out on top of the pack. Even in our initial polls and our follow-up to the interviews, you know, our internal candidate is the number one choice of the group. And that speaks to our culture also, where we invest in and cultivate and groom new leaders and give them a chance to keep advancing. So it's worth noting, you know, that we have a great workforce. We have great people in many departments. We have another example here of a person that's just stellar, because Michael would have done in any other city interviewing him would have been impressed hugely if he was going to ask to be their city administrator. So I just like to note that while I have questions and comments always about the process, you know, in the end, I have the utmost absolute confidence in the individual we've invested in to be prepared for this next level.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Well, I just got to be out here by 11:50.